Out. Let's see what we've got in store here. Our high school competitors. Got a nice feel for it. Moved early on in that last amber light. And knocking the quarter mile down and just short of a 12 flat, 11:93. Once again, we've called for and solely for Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator.
Pro Eliminator to the staging lanes for your time run. Pro Eliminator. Yep. Yep. So right now we just need Pro Eliminator to the staging lanes. All right, once again, we have called Pro into the lanes. Pro driver cars to the lanes for your time run this morning. The way we get them in the lanes is once the first car goes out, you close the back of the lanes for the class. So if you want to run on this first session, it's time to come to the lanes. All right, all team captains to the first floor office. Team captains to the first floor office. That's the back of the building. The back door. Get a chance to come into the back door. All team captains. Yeah, bring your golf carts and your trailers because they're passing out the goodies. And they got a lot of goodies up there. We went fishing too, by the way. You do have fish in that stream. I just thought I'd tell you, Wayne. on Thomas's English muffins. Bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich on a Thomas English muffin, just for $3. And they got coffee. They'll take care of you. This is Northern hospitality. They're showing off is what it is. Anyhow, team captains to the base of the tower to pick up your hats, goodies, etc. Bring help. If you're old like me, bring somebody young to carry it. Final call for pro drivers to the staging lanes for your time run this morning. Final call, pro drivers to the staging lanes. And if you can't hear us, and it's by choice, it's 107.5 on your FM dial. 107.5 on your FM dial. Hey, they're taking pictures today, too, so if you want to get a picture of your car, professional photographer out on the starting line, going to snap those pictures and get them blown up for you. Your visit to New York, to the Lebanon Valley. Really, I don't know whether it's East Greenwich, West Bushwich, or somewich. Anyhow, we're out here in the middle of God's country. Yeah, where's that? Pittsfield's Massachusetts. Okay. That's a blue state, isn't it? Isn't that a blue state? Oh, they're neutral. That's the first I've ever heard that said.
One side of the street, you're blue.
Oh.
On the other side of the street, you're red. So it's
Well, I saw a bunch of stickers on these race cars. I don't know whether I have one with me or not. I think I do. I mean, let me just pull it out of my pocket here. Not that I do anything for politics or anything, but what can I say? I saw that on a lot of cars. You know, they get in a lot of trouble when you talk politics, but we're not talking politics. We're talking drag racing, and if you really like drag racing, you have to kind of evaluate who you want to vote for, because some of them people wish not to have fossil fuels, and without fossil fuels, you're not going to have drag racing. Think about that one time. On a electric car. Yeah, but let me tell you, I had the electric cars from Washington, D.C. at the track, cars and bikes and everything, and they're unique, but they don't have the same appeal as a blown alcohol car or a blown fuel car, but they are neat. When we have Teslas that come there, they're fast. I tell you what, the batteries are heavy. The cars have to really be beefed up, especially dragsters that have 208 volts on a dragster. Oh, we actually have noise. Here, I think you're a year older than I am, so you get the chair. I'll take the little kid's chair here. This is Wayne's chair, I think. Hey, Faith Warner over on the right-hand side. I'm good. 050 light for Faith. She stops the clocks at Big N. And I'm making sure I do it right. 997, 135 miles an hour, 1222 on the left. And this old man got to get his glasses working. Well, in pro now, and this is pro category, right? They're allowed to have range races. So they're one step up. Yes. And they still have to maintain the car, and it still has to run the number. That's the big thing. 991 to 1156 on that pair. I think it was Fred Flintstone. Pretty sure. I still like Bill Wilson, what he used to say. He says, when was the first drag race? When they built the second car. A little bit early in the left-hand side for Robert. Gary gets there 13:05. Robert a 10:42. Brian Lynn, left side out of Keymar, Maryland, up against Rob Carlson. Rob hails out of Broadbrook, Connecticut. They used to have a track there. Drag strip in Connecticut. Mr. Fitz was the operator. Well, you know, in our area, it was US 30 when they closed, and a couple tracks picked up. Then Bill Wilkham closed, and I gained a few of the cars there. But the problem with tracks closing is that drag strips open. Hey, look at that double 06 light for Rick. He goes through the big end, a 1062 to a 1053. Next up, left-hand side, Steve McCauley in his little American Motors Spirit is up against Jean Guy Renault. That would be Canada, right? Yeah, Ontario. Oh, Canada. Oh, yeah. A? That's what they say up there, right? A? Jean Guy was 10:08, 14:05 on the Spirit. Chrysler and a Nova. Chapel services today. Oh, I can't read. Saturday. Hey, that's for Seventh-day Adventist people or for everybody? That's everybody. Doesn't matter what kind of car you have. That's what non-denominational means, right? Yeah, doesn't matter whether you drive a Ford, Chevrolet, or a Chrysler. Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Tower. They have races for Chrysler. Chapel services. That's the neat part about drag racing is they have a little bit of everything. It doesn't matter what you know. You could have a smart car nationals and still be competitive. New England Dragway and ESTA Dragway out on the starting line. They could probably issue a number to him. All right, I'd like to have the team captain from ATCO stop upstairs and see Wayne. Team captain for ATCO, please stop upstairs and see Wayne. Team Canada, left-hand side. That's what TC stands for, I would imagine. Kind of neat. You can see the whole way down the track here and all the turn-offs and everything else. No hills, bumps, or valleys. All right, Plymouth left side, one of those rare Mustangs over on the right-hand side. You don't see many of these. They only made a few billion of them. Still running. I'll tell you what, you can pick them up fairly inexpensively, and the chassis seem to work extremely well. See what he runs at the big end. How about a 971, 134 miles an hour? That's sweet. To a 1015 at 130. Now we got the early model Chevrolet Camaro. That is a Camaro. That's not a Sunfire. I got in trouble several years ago when I was up here about calling something a Nova that was some kind of Chrysler. What can I say? I don't know cars. I'm just learning. Wayne's teaching me. South Mountain Dragway represented on the left-hand side. A little 8th mile track, and I tell you what, got a real nice trout stream up there called the Yellow Breeches, which is pretty well, that's also a stock stream, and a lot of fishermen come visit that. They stock twice a year. It's all about the reaction time and a consistent car, believe me. Not a lot of time to think, and it takes a fast car and a slower car and kind of evens them up a little bit. Doug Lindell over on the right-hand side, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. How do I know that? Oh, there it came up. Left-hand side, don't have a name yet in the computer for ATCO Dragway's car. Might be one of the alternates. Hunting for the starting line. What they do is they can change it up each week on everybody just to make them, you know. They would call that a little bit early on the left-hand side. And 004 for Doug, right-hand side. He found the tree. Hey, just in case you didn't notice, at Lebanon Valley, the tower's on the left-hand side. That would be the driver's side for the non-English driver. If you're from England, it's on the passenger side. And I hope I didn't confuse you any more than you could also possibly. Anyhow. Looks like we're having a Chevrolet and Mopar show here today. New Media Dragway, real nice Rally Sport Chevy Camaro left-hand side. And a 340, and I think that's a Duster over on the right. Okay. Because Dusters are this way and Demons are this way, right? I think so. Tail lights. Same body style. Yeah, it's their small block, and it works very well. 1008 powers it to a 1008 to a 1052. Laura Beard over on the right. Berard, B-E-R-A-R-D, I guess. Wow. Okay. I'm learning. Troy, New York driver. Pittsfield, Massachusetts. They had to really, he gets a long distance award, right? That was a winner instead of a whiner, right? Over on the right-hand side, this is a family that races. This is the son, Dave Slusher Jr. His dad races in the Pro Stick category, and Junior races here at Mason-Dixon. Or at Mason-Dixon, not necessarily here. Or Ontario, and I'm not sure exactly where that's at. I know where Ontario is. Team Canada going to get there first. 1137 to an 1147, just 1/10 separating the two. Troy Gearhart on the right, and on the left-hand side, in a moment, Michael Reynolds. Or from Canada, they might call it Meikle. And who knows? Just don't call him late for dinner. Little Chevy Vega. Nice fight too. 007 on the tree. He's liking the fact that he's on the tree this early in the day. There's been some interference up here. If you notice any lack of speech, there's some interference. We're getting I don't know, words of wisdom. Harassment, yes. Harass this, he said, a 1049 at the big end. Our next pair happens to be just one car. That's one for my West Virginia racers. Oh, here comes the other. Demon this time. Would you call that orange or would you call that orange?
I like it.
It is. And
I like the vinyl.
It's a 70s vintage with a vinyl top. Do you remember the early vinyl tops when they went down the track, they turned into a bubble as the air got up underneath of them?
I do remember. And the convertibles.
Oh, yes. Wow, and on the tree there also, 006. They're going to be pretty tough. 1025 right lane, 1060 left lane. Did you ever figure if they took all the Ford Mustangs and the Chevrolet Camaros out, there'd only be 2 cars left to drag race?
Which would be?
No, you would probably have your Demons and Dusters and Darts, D, and D, Triple D.
Mopar is duly represented.
Yes, very well. As a matter of fact, on the East Coast especially. I don't know whether they ever made it out to the West Coast, did they? Yeah. Couldn't get over that mountain. Nice leave over on the right side. Look at the light, 008 to a 011. So we got announcers coming out our ears today, which is great. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, this is really English that you're going to be hearing, but it's going to be North English.
Yes. Very North English from Canada.
And, and where did the word A come from?
We haven't figured that out yet.
No.
I don't know. We say it a lot.
But is that
it's in a question
the
form.
French descent?
It could be. We have a lot of French Canadians around where we are.
I raced at Pont Rouge one time.
Pont Rouge.
Well, 3 times.
Yeah.
2 times it rained, but the third time
Well,
was a jar.
it usually rains. Yeah. We have a 3-race weekend. We have 1 race day and 2 rainouts. So, my name's Bill Richards, all the way from Toronto, Canada. So if my voice sounds a little different, I hope you can still understand me.
Well, we are north of the Mason-Dixon line here.
We are, so.
I'm actually south of the Mason-Dixon line just by a mile or 2. Maryland.
In Maryland.
So we're at Hagerstown, Maryland area.
Oh, okay. Well, we've got a
intersection of Route 70 and 81. That's the best way to tell a person where you're at.
Oh, okay.
They can get it Google real quick on the interstates.
We go by hours. How far away are you in hours?
Yes.
That's how we
you're
tell.
11 hours from us.
Well,
11
and a half hours from
Yeah.
you guys. Yeah. Well, it's great to be here in Lebanon Valley, and I've never been here before. Folks, very welcoming, and I can't wait to come back next year. I know we're just barely getting started, but this is fantastic track. Very good people. We're happy to be here.
Well, I just answered one of my questions that we are running True Start because we had 2 red lights there, and the worst red light went actually red on the screen. So
Okay.
that answers some
First
questions
or worst
for me.
there, yeah. This is a different system than we have at Toronto Motorsports
This is
Park.
Portatree here.
Portatree system.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Smythe did that, didn't he?
Were you running CompuLink up there?
Yeah, CompuLink, yeah.
Need to buy some spare parts. I just switched to
We don't, there's not enough spare parts in the world. I'll tell you, these
I
things
have
are...
two complete computers and 2 trees and
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I might talk to my friend Neil Armstrong. He's the track manager.
he's here.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah.
Saw him yesterday and spoke with him a little bit.
Yeah, we drank a bunch of beers with him last night.
Oh,
and-
no, he doesn't drink.
Well, not any more than he used to, anyway.
Only on 2 occasions with somebody and by himself.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I like the little car over on the right-hand side.
It looks like a 40 sedan. Could be a 39. Well, depends on where the windshield wiper blades are. If they're up on top, it's a 39. If it's on the base of the windshield, it's a 40. Nice wheelie out of the dart. We don't have any info on these drivers just yet. I'm sure they'll be pounded into the system. Brian Volman from Montgomery was in the... There we go. I'm just reading them. I'm new to this. Mike LaRose Sr.
That was the last
in
pair.
the dart.
And I guess as they come up
Okay.
stage, there we go. Jeff Allenbach.
There we
and
go.
David
Harvey
Harvey.
III.
That's a racing family, too.
Jersey.
The Harvey family, I'm pretty sure that's the Harvey family. Is that Team Maple Grove? Let's see what it is.
No, they're from
Barrington,
New Jersey.
But anyhow, the Harveys have won some bracket finals in the past. Going out to California as the champions.
So if they win the race here, what do? Do they go
They can go to California.
right to California?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah. It's been about 5 years since we've been to California. Went to Pomona.
It's a pretty unique, I think the
Yep.
first time Kathy and I, over 43 years ago, we went to Ontario to the World Finals before they moved them up to Pomona. And we were on the plane with Richard Tharp, who was a Winston champion for Top Fuel at the time. And it was kind of interesting. Our luggage went to Texas.
Uh-oh.
But like I say, we weren't married, and it didn't matter about luggage for us. We were just enjoying ourselves out in California.
Yeah, that's a lovely place. Can't wait to get back there. Yeah, we've been all the way to San Diego. We went to a giant swap meet down there with entire football arena. The
Wow.
arena and outside was filled. Unbelievable. Yeah, can't wait to get back.
Other people's parts.
Yeah. Back to the action here, though. Chris Lofgren out of Schuylerville, New York. Looks like he's running for Lebanon Valley, I would say, by the LV on his window. Would that be right?
Ironstown, Pennsylvania, over on the right-hand side.
Kyle Core, that's a familiar name, isn't it?
That is. Pretty quick cars.
I tell ya.
938 to a 952 at the big end.
I'm liking the reaction times. 01 and 001. And this is just a first time trial shot on a Thursday. Man, these guys are
Well, I think they got a gamblers race this afternoon too, right?
gamblers too.
Yeah.
This
So save your dollars, because
Gonna need them.
you can feed the needy up here.
Or just feed them. Period. There you go. DJ Clark out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania in the burgundy color Nova.
Templeton, Mass. Over on the right side is Joe Henderson. Impatient. I can do it. Well, enjoy, and we're gonna have a bunch of alternates in here today because I understand their regular announcer is stuck in traffic somewhere. Yeah, I think. Oh, is that Steve? I thought they said he was stuck in traffic. Oh, well, he's stuck with Wayne right now, so that's it. Hey, Wayne, we had a question. Do you have any buybacks in the Gambler's race? Yes.
Mopars again represented on the starting line. That's a dart and a swinger. A dart on the far side. Swinger on the near. #31, Island Dragway, number 1 in the pro standings from that particular racetrack. Down in the starting line, Grant Nichols Jr., young man who had quite a day last Sunday, or I should say this past Sunday, won the $2,000 purse. What a day for the Nichols family. His sister won the Break the Bank Junior Dragster runoff between a minor and major winners. Lots of good numbers. Two good racers here. 11 and 12, the reaction times. Working our way through the pro ranks here. A couple of 9-second cars. 9-10, the best of the two at the stripe. Michael Vanden Heuvel. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. That was a challenge. Michael on the far side of the track. Cutlass. Good reaction time, but a little better yet is Mike Haynes, downtown Pennsylvania. 10-second performers down the quarter mile. 10:43, the best of the two. Great scheme on the Camaro down below us here, 67, 68 version. Lebanon Valley, Island, Mason-Dixon. I think you've got things that need to be picked up in the first floor office here in the tower. Once again, Island, Mason-Dixon. Tough circumstance down on the starting line. The time, the effort, the expense. You look forward to making some runs, maybe having an outing to remember. Neat looking car, talking about the Camaro, where there's some sort of difficulty. So we'll wait that out and get right back to 2-lane time trials in very short order here. Well, we're sorting out what's down on the starting line. Once again, the concession is open, located behind the behind the bleachers that are facing the drag strip. Great breakfast menu there, and they've got some picnic tables or tables thereabouts, so you don't have to hike to it and then hike back with your food. You sit right down, relax, and enjoy. Very unique, very comprehensive scheme, certain to be one and only in terms of those configurations, but neat looking Camaro. Hopefully we'll be back in the swing of things here in very short order. $38. We've got an Atco car that's down on the end of the racetrack in need of some assistance, a tow back. Once again, Atco car, far into the racetrack, in need of assistance. A Barracuda, flat hood, big tires. Talking about the blue car in the NBT Bank lane. Matching it up with Ray Williams Sr. His 1997 Sunfire. Ray Thurston IV. Ray cut the tree down in fine order, 012. Stops the clocks in the mid-10s at just a tad under 128 miles an hour. Dalton Rolls and Sean Nichols. Sean of the Nichols Racing family. Two brothers, one father, one daughter. All very, very good racers. Missed it a little bit. Went red 001. Dalton Rolls managed to stay on the green side, 007. We're still working our way through our pro competitors. Team captain from Atco. Team captain from Atco. Second floor of the tower. Team captain for Atco. Second floor of the tower, if you would, please.
I know that they said Team Mason-Dixon, they needed to pick up their stuff downstairs also. So if you get an opportunity, please do that like yesterday. We go eat first. Steve and Elmer right now. Yeah, but S comes before E in the Chinese alphabet. And who's going to dispute that? Look at that Mustang. That's Team New Media Dragway. ND.
Chassis working pretty well there. Nice gentle move off the starting line. Great reaction time. Mark Price in that downward facing Mustang.
How full are the lanes? How full are the lanes?
Paul Northrup and Matt Siglio. Better of the two reaction times belongs to Paul in the near lane. Continues with that advantage, stopping the clocks with a 10:36. Does Paul Northrup. Camaro.
Paul Northrup. That would be a racing name too.
Matthew Wilson in the blue Camaro.
This is
Circa
a title for
1986.
title run, isn't it? They're running title for title.
It can be if you want it to be.
Yeah, let's not tell them and just make swap titles at the bottom end. A little bit of smoke out of the left-hand side.
Just a little bit. The
Cleared
the
up.
good news is it stopped smoking about 300 feet out.
I probably ran out of oil. Oh.
Elmer, have you always
Yes.
created?
Turmoil.
Yes.
Yes. And if it wouldn't be for sarcasm, I wouldn't have a license. This is unique, a pair of Chevrolets and not a Ford to be seen anywhere. Boy Scout, the last Boy Scout, boy, that's good.
I think we've got a Chevelle and a Nova. There's that variation.
Well,
We're
yes.
not being dominated by a single style. No.
No, but one was a mid-size and one was a compact. And now a compact, like on the right-hand side, is a full-size car today. Yeah, Lemma.
Jason Mazzata on the far side of the racetrack, and Jim Arecido. I'm going to have to work on that name one more time.
Jimmy E.
Aricitano.
Jimmy S. then. And this is a Chevrolet lookalike called a Firebird.
Different motors, though, I think.
Yes, sometimes. Sometimes, usually a 400 cubic inch motor inside the Firebird. And that would be typical, but Pontiac decided not to be around anymore for some reason, and there's a lot of Pontiacs out there. They run an outlaw Pontiac drag series down our way. The group stayed together extremely well. You get the 67s and the 65 GTOs, and they're pretty unique cars. And Firebirds, Trans Ams, Catalinas. I mean,
Wasn't there a sort of famous guy, something about a farmer or something? He had
Uh,
tigers out, tigers'
yep.
tails out the back of the Pontiacs.
Arnie Beswick, correct. He was the tiger, but I always said the toothless tiger because he was old, but that wasn't true. And he had a very, very fast Pontiac. Big car.
Dave Tenney in the Dodge Omni. What a collection of kinds of cars.
Let me tell you, Dodge Omni was not designed to be a drag car, believe me. And they put these sometimes 440s in those cars. Whew. How fast did he run? 10:04. Pretty quick.
Absolutely. Doesn't take long.
Oh.
Quarter mile, 10 seconds.
Well, it takes 10.4 seconds. Nice looking pickup truck. Bright green.
I think it's orange myself.
Okay. We'll put it on the internet and let them decide. They know everything.
Rob Sederberg, a little early on the tree, but getting to the stripe first. Super, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Super, 1 and 2, right now, please.
All right, this. Is this the clear mic? Or testing? 6, 7. Hey, anyhow, we called Super ET into the staging lanes for your first time run of the day. And we need the ATCO team captain to the top of the tower, second floor. Geico team captain to the second floor. Test 1, 2, 3. Oh, this one's got to be like lip sync. Like that. Well. That's Brock Moser on the left side. That car was totally apart when I went fishing this morning. Let's see, he's parked over.
There are flames, and then there are flames. These flames cover all of the side of that car.
What can I say? Anyhow, today we put the tower on the left side of the track. Now that was, yesterday was on the right, so today's on the left. Yeah, well, it was an earthquake, and the tower shifted to the left side of the track.
The Vega wagon, John Brock Moser.
It's fast. Watch this. It just lifts the wheels about 5 to 6 inches and carries them out probably to the Christmas tree or a little beyond the 60 foot. Car leaves hard.
Well, I guess we're hooking up pretty well. You were talking inches. I just saw something about 2 feet.
Yeah, that was a little taller than inches. But typically the car just carries it just like a power wheel stand, not jerking them up out of the lights. Just it gets it. 905 is not bad either. What did he run? 906. He predicted a 905. Boy, he can run 890 if he's against another 9-second car. Still not good. Hey, they give me the quiet mic because they don't want it to be loud. A little premature on the left, would you say?
Up by a tad, but a nice score,
This is the day
007
to,
on the right.
This is the day to do that, though. Wow.
Yeah.
What can I say? That thing is like taller than the Empire State Building. It's got a blinking light on the top of the air scoop. So airplanes don't hit it when they're...
I think that's what they call the roots blower.
Yeah.
The on top deal.
It's moving right along.
113 at the midway.
Look at that, 956. 141 miles an hour. All right, both those cars' wheels in the air also leaving the starting line.
Pretty picture, 130 and a 132 60-foot mark, Elmer. So they're side by side going down the quarter mile.
Now, this is a good-looking Mustang here. This is Steve Long doing the driving of this car. He is the original owner of that car. And that car has been a drag race car since he bought it as a new car. I inherited him. I'm going to say inherited him. He came from down around Capitol Raceway, still wanted to race NHRA. And he's been racing with us for the last several years. Good racer and a beautiful car.
So much of the sport has to do with car stories just like that.
Yeah, this car runs, I think he said 913s. Oh, 913s. You know what? I don't know. It's a street rod tag, and it is street driven, but it's a 9-second car. Low 9s. Is it working now? I'm not used to this.
Jeff Alabach, far side of the lane. Andy Purcell.
Let's see if we get a
And the
13
Willies.
out of it this time around. Oh, dropped it. We didn't get a 13. We got a 38. High school. Team Maple Grove High School. Team Maple Grove. Chevrolet Camaro.
Joe Diedrich on the far side of the racetrack. Carried that driver's side front wheel for a little bit of time, and right on the bottom of our bracket with a 901 this time around.
All right, a Team Atco car, left-hand side Chevrolet Camaro, right-hand side Pontiac GTO.
What a story about the GTO. It came and then it went and then it came back.
It did, and I always thought it stood for gas, tires, and oil, but it doesn't. It's Gran Turismo, Automogato, or something like that. Some language I don't truly understand. I have trouble with the English language. That's a big old road runner. You can go meet me. Ah, 440.
Mike LaRose Jr. Oh yeah. Big tires, big motor, torque.
Double O
Lift
something
you
on the
up.
tree.
6.
6. And scoots at the big end. 136 miles an hour. 4,000 pounds. Huh. We did call Super ET cars for your first time shot of the day to the lanes. Super ET cars, first time shot of the day to the lanes. We are still looking for the team captain for ATCO. We found some money and we wanted you to come up here and return it to your racer. So I need the team captain from ATCO to the timing tower. All right, this is almost like the unlimited class, Super ET. This is pretty much anything electronically goes. Well, almost anything, but no remote controls out of the staging lanes. Although some people think that's happening. Is it a Comet over on the right side? Yes, I'll say. Well, just slightly early, but not by much. 001 on the wrong side of green. Pink light. There's our number one man, Roger Lewis, right-hand side out of West Virginia. MD1.
Back to the starting line, we got Mike Thomas. Mike in the near lane. Well, how about if we adjust on that? That is the Chevrolet Biscayne Lamborghini. Sanborn. John flying the New England banner. Riverside, Rhode Island. Steve Whitman from York, Pennsylvania. Maple Grove pilot. And Louis Ramondo. Good running. Nova. Here we go. Dragster stops the clocks. 167 the mile an hour. 803. Stop. We are working our way into first round of time trials for our Super Eliminator group. Venerable S10. S10s have found their place. Terry Whitman and the dragster stopping the clocks with a 778 at just a tad over 170 miles an hour.
New England Dragway, the number 2 driver there. 70s. See what he runs in the 8. 5.0 what? 485. Wow.
60-foot mark. So picking them up and putting them down in pretty
He's
good
about
order.
2/10 quicker than what, well, not 2/10. He's 500ths quicker than what he predicted. 10-12, 130, big end of the track. And Team Canada.
We don't see
Coming up.
many of those slant back Mustangs
No,
here.
that's
66 or thereabouts.
trying to imitation the Hemi under glass. Really a nice truck left-hand side too. Team Maple Grove thinks it's right on the ground. At a 129 60 foot and it's scooting right along 897, 150 miles an hour at the big end. Wow, that is getting it done. 938 at 142 right-hand side of your track.
And we had a double red, but this is the time to do it. Squeeze that tree.
All right, need Trish Stein. Trish Stein from Team Mason-Dixon to the base of the tower with the golf cart to pick up the team's hats, shirts,
Joan LeBlanc,
and goodies.
Waltham, Massachusetts, in the Vega wagon. Patrick Bonifero stopping the clocks in the Corvette at 11:02.
Two long cars. One with zoomies, one with collector style headers. Right side, I don't believe that's a Chevrolet. Is this what kind of motor? Does not.
Matt Visione on the far side of the racetrack.
Usually I say when they have that kind of battle of trying to get into the staging lanes, I wish everybody a happy birthday. Because I know. Got on the tree though, 008. 761 at the stripe big end, 170 mile an hour. That's got some mile an hour, I can tell you. Matt not far behind with his 813. I bet that's David Wing. What do you think? It is. He's got as big a name on the side as his number. That's helpful though. Right hand side, one of the X cars.
That's Dennis LeBlanc from Manchester, New Hampshire. David Wing in the door car. Right, Pennsylvania.
002 pink, 005 green. 751 to a 964. Good run for both drivers. Got her fired up.
In this pro category, Elmer, I don't know if you're experiencing it with your programs, but we're finding not great numbers, but nonetheless they're in multiple numbers, 190 mile an hour cars.
Yes.
Who would have thunk it
But
10 years ago?
Our cars have decided that they don't want to run quarter mile. They prefer to run eighth mile. We actually have a larger car count at 8 mile races than we do at our quarter mile races. We do both. We have both types of races. But the supercars elected, even in the Summit Series, to run 8 mile.
That makes a lot of sense, Elmer. We had one of late last Sunday that was a test and tune, and a regular competitor who has a blower configuration, 213 miles an hour.
In the quarter, yeah.
Yeah.
And 180 some in the 8th mile. In the right tire track.
Two good-looking cars on the starting line.
You know what I think that is? I
Door
think
car
that's a
Chevelle?
7/16 header wrench. Craftsman. That's what it looks like from here. Yeah, right. Neat part is nobody listens anyhow, so only when you
Problem
only,
of some sort here
Huh?
with the door car. Hope that can be maybe waiting to fire it up again rather than add heat in there. Okay.
See, those kind of parts we pick up off our track, we offer at the speed shop at half price. Gently used. They didn't even make the quarter mile on that one, so that's 1,000 foot, only used to the 1,000 foot mark. Yes, yes. Been what do they call that? It was a crash. All right, he's clearing the track at the big end. They're going to fire the next pair up. The little Super Ford Chevelle, left-hand side, really good-looking car. Going to take on another good-looking car, the rear-engine dragster. Paint scheme goes the whole way back through the valve covers and the wing.
And the wings really do make a difference at the speeds that some of these cars are going. Just stabilize that, baby, when you're going 170 miles an hour.
Or more. Well, 111 foot time, so yeah, we're not going to be in the sixes. 770, 169. We'll see some 190 mile an hour runs this week. Yeah, I don't have any 6-second dragsters at our track. Nothing. The quickest maybe is a 720.
Well, it's interesting as we started talking a little bit about those six-second cars. We may be watching one right now, pretty close,
687
193
and
and
193.
change.
Yeah, he was one flat on the 60 foot, so you know was hooked up and saying goodbye.
But not to say it isn't out there or happened regularly someplace else, but not yet have I seen one of the 190 cars win.
They have that capability, but everything has to be perfect. I mean, they need ideal conditions each and every run because the variance there is considerable. What a typical, and I won't call any race car typical, but a 10-second car, let's go there, doesn't have
What a ride in that Camaro.
That was in the air in 001.
Didn't have to take a special ride.
No.
Got one for nothing.
What he's doing is saving the front tires. He actually gets 200,000 miles out of a set of front tires. That's 171 miles an hour for that little dragster on the left-hand side. That was a pretty nice mile-an-hour run also. Team New Media Dragway, left-hand side. Chevelle taking on the half and half. That's a different paint job there, I want to tell you. Makes you wonder.
I'm not sure about whether there's some problems there or there's a throttle stop or something. Let's look at the numbers there. 1083 at 138.
Nope,
that may
that's
be
about
it.
where it's at.
That may be it.
Yep. I'll tell you what, that probably win a lot of races too. As long as the car's consistent, that's the big deal.
We have what I term a racing family here, the Nichols family. We have several families, and the head of the family, for I don't know whether it was 3 or more championships on a 1090 throttle stop. On a door car
That's a super
dominated
street
by
car on the
dragsters.
right-hand side, so let's see how close to 1090 he gets. 1024, so he wasn't on the throttle stop on that one, but if he's running super street, he's looking at that 1090. Mason Dixon, number 6.
And the good news is, from my standpoint at least, nobody's spinning those tires. They're
Yeah.
grabbing and going.
That's a father-son deal there. That's Dad doing the driving. See the son, well, I guess we saw him a little earlier in the pro category class. And Mom racing the street. So there's father, son, and wife all involved in drag racing, the sport of drag racing.
And in some cases here, Elmer, it's third generation that we're making reference to out on the track.
I'm watching some junior dragster racers now that are true third generation, where dad, daughter, and now no family. Not just mom and dad with the daughter. It's grandparents. It's like a family reunion.
And these young people, when they come up through the ranks, starting at 7, 8 years of age with the junior dragsters, they have an incredible head start. When they go to the next level, they are tough to beat.
Well, they have the ability to that they've heard their parents, and I won't say complain, but oh, I gave it a stripe up by 1 thou, and I did this and I did that. And they've learned both ends of drag racing, both starting line and finish line, where typically a new racer thinks it's all about the speed, and they don't even understand a good light. Drag big cars, they don't. Nice run going in lane 1, 8, 7, 8 miles an hour. And that's Claude Luzier out of Niagara Falls, Ontario.
And in this category that we're watching, the super category, Elmer, the domination of the dragsters becoming more and more apparent versus the door cars. Door cars have a real challenge most of the time, having somebody coming up on you versus you're coming up on someone.
You know, if they're holding a whole lot, then they are in trouble most of the time. But if they dial that car true and they cut a good light, they could care less what dragsters in the other lane. I have a bunch of them that like to line up against dragsters, and typically the speed that they are able to travel narrows the gap a little bit. Now the slower car has that perceived advantage also, because the faster car can also go red.
Well, and we have often referenced that the winning business is really about arithmetic, because if you run exactly on your dial-in and you have a perfect light,
Nobody can beat you.
you won.
Yeah, and I said you could run this in 2 PVC pipes, and you wouldn't even need a car beside you, and you could still determine a takes the driving top end out of it. Randy Kraus, right hand side. 0-1.
And the best of the best are the ones who can run that last 60 feet at the stripe,
Yes.
who have the sense of assimilating all
Like
that
it-
information.
Like if the other cars so far in front of you, you catch them, and they think they were good on the tree, they give them the strike. GTO versus Le Mans.
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Let's see what it comes up. Probably Le Mans.
We don't have any information.
Doesn't say. All right, need team captain from Esta Dragway, team captain, and ATCO. Grace us with your presence one more time at the timing tower. Team captain from Esta, team captain from ATCO.
Now, several years ago, like the teeth being displayed on this car, we had a track champion who had this term on the side of his car, cocahedron. Now, you would know what that is, Elmer.
It's cocahedron.
It's a shark,
Oh, I don't know what that is.
as in big white shark,
Oh.
as saying to your competition, I am going to eat you.
If you can read this, you're not in front of me. I like the tag that I saw on the back of a car. It said, "Don't laugh, I'm in front of you." And this one predicts triple O. That's the #1 racer from Team New Media. Running her #4 for Mason Dixon.
Really a beautiful car, and so many of the dragsters are. People have sometimes said, well, they're all, the dragsters all look alike. No way. If you walk up to them, you come to realize how very personal those cars can be.
Little puff here, little puff there, but a 761, 173 to Amy's 844. Pair of Esta cars. You would know this car, right-hand side, Team Lebanon Valley. Number 11, Supercar.
That's Ray Stanton, and Ray is a couple of times in the last 5 years been our track champion in this category.
John Dombrowski out of Massachusetts, left-hand side, Team New England. Let's hear Joe Lombardo. .007 for Team Lebanon Valley, right-hand side. It turns that stripe of 766, 173.
Caitlin Kraus in the Dora car. Beautiful little car.
You know what was
It is
unique
a
about
Camaro.
the Krauses is the one bracket finals that her dad won and she won high school the same year, which was pretty good at the bracket finals. Both of them, They race all over, but they joined our points at Mason-Dixon Dragway, and they're two great racers. I think they're traveling like 220 miles to get to me. But we're very happy to have both racers. There's your 000 light. Dave did a good job on the start line at 8:93 at the big end. Caitlin goes through 11:51 at 116.
Scott Lorish in dragster. Jeff Dickman in the door car. Chevrolet Nova. Long strong make. Jeff is from Currick. Out at the top end of the racetrack. What a sight this is down on the starting line. So we've got the top down, in fact no top, but you got the roll bar in there. I think this is so cool. And then the Corvette really hunkered down to the ground. That's Anthony Zigarelli. Anthony from Frankfort, New York. And John Gruziano from Brentwood, New York. And while we've got a quiet moment, anybody who's interested in Italian food, Italian ice cream, there's a little trailer that's going to be open from noon until 4 p.m. It's right behind the spectator bleachers. Once again, Italian ice, Italian cream, trailer right behind the spectator bleachers. Back to the starting line. Lebanon Valley competitor is Jim Petrecki, son of John Petrecki. John and his brother were a force to be reckoned with for several years. Ended up with track championships multiple times, so Jim is a second. Jim looking good, double O. Good for the starter. Stopping the clocks with a 782.844 on the near side. Grocery Getter. Oh yeah, very cool. The moon eyes are back on the very back of, we'll call it panel wagon, updated or maybe created. Al Schaefer, Township, Pennsylvania. Mark Poyet, 793, a 1060. On the Moon Eyes panel wagon. Dalton Rolls from Muncie, Pennsylvania. And the dragster on the far side. Near side is Rick. ride down the quarter mile, 186 and then 176 miles an hour. Didn't take long to get there. That Nichols family that I had mentioned on a few occasions this morning, well, the guy who started it all is Grant Nichols Sr., gentleman in the dragster, multi-time track champion in a dragster and also in his little Mustang. So a force to be reckoned with for many, many years now, and a passion for the sport that he's passed along to his two sons and his daughter and his incredible wife. Very much a part of it at the same time. Justin McGaw, South River, New Jersey, in that last pass. This time around, it's Mark Beaton in the dragster and John Bartolomeo in the dragster. John, long time racer, oftentimes helping out others of us from time to time with his skill set, which is multiple. Nice pair of reactions, 00, 7 and a 4. John with the better of the two. Stopping the clock's pretty much in the same performance. 766 and a 770. Good ride, side by side to the stripe. Stephanie Diamond, Bill Warders. Bill in the red dragster on the far side of the racetrack. Stephanie taking care of business there with a 0:11 reaction time on the green, stopping the clocks with a 7:43. Nick Capertino and Dana Beauchamp, a couple of Lebanon Valleyers. Capertino. Very careful in the staging, and it paid a dividend. 007 at the best of the two, and stops the clocks, knocking on the 190 door. Team Canada Dragster flying under the K&N banner. It's a product that's been around for a long time. Speaking of a long time, Mike Fitz. Custer's last stand is what the lettering says on the door of Mike's car. Mike coming from a delayed Super Street event. Got postponed, weather causing, and brought it all back together, and Mike ended up last one standing. And is currently demonstrating the capabilities of his driving skill in that car when it comes to super street competition.
Well, Kevin's here. And that has to be the left-hand side then, because the right-hand side is Team Lebanon Valley. Wayne's ace. And if I wasn't so old, I'd be able to read the screen. Richie Forbes Jr. up against Kevin Graham. Hey, the big end of the track, 8:07 for Richie, 9:49 for Kevin. How do you pronounce Kevin's last name? All right, Dan Bell and Andrew Mercado. Pontiac Firebird, a little Chevrolet Nova from Team Canada. I need bikes and sleds to lane 7 and 8. I need bikes and sleds to lane 7 and 8. Bikes and sleds to 7 and 8 for your first time run. And Steve's coming back, going to take his microphone away from me. right, hits a tree with an 08, 107 60 foot, 150 miles an hour in the 8th mile, and a 725 at 184 at the big end of the track. That was a real nice run. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. Is it good? Okay. I can be a little quieter then. Team Atco, left-hand side, up against Team Maple Grove on the right. Rear engine dragster. All right, we still need the team captain from Atco. We got another car.
Okay. Couple of head up
We don't need
announcements.
the team captain.
One is high school competitors. You must work into your time trials with a sportsman. Once again, high school competitors, important that you hook up with the sportsman when that is announced. Next, anybody interested in Gambler's Race, come to the staging lanes when it is announced, not yet, when it is announced, with $50 in your hands. So that will conclude your time trial for the day. So.
All right, 01 to 02 reaction time, 7:40 to an 8:45 at the big end. Hey, I do know, I'm psychic, not psycho, psychic, that a yellow vehicle will get to the finish line first and second on this run. It's going to happen. Another one of those vinyl tops. That was an option back then. I mean, so was an FM radio, though, too. Think about that one time.
I think it is so cool, Elmer, where the cars are kept as they were manufactured, but in the improvements, it complements.
Sure does. And that's fast. 135.60 foot time. Big car right-hand side to the stripe with a 925 to a 952. Team New Media and Team Atco. Car number 12 for Team Atco. That's a bad Thunderbird.
Beautiful looking piece.
Neat hot rod. Now we're talking about the car, right?
Elmer, I'm not going to respond to that because
I'm
I get the feeling if I go down that
I'm
road
just checking.
with
I mean,
you for the first time, that will be a continuing problem. Anyway.
It brought Wayne to the window. Yes, I'll say. How fast can you go? Want to do it again? Anyhow, right-hand lane there first, 7:30 to an 8:19 for the Thunderbird.
That's a quick door car.
It is.
At 165 and change.
Hey, look at this 5:23 at 132 in the 8th mile. That was pretty sweet also.
We're continuing with our contingent of super competitors, door cars, and dragsters. They are the quickest, they are the fastest on this particular piece of property on this day. Chris Van Balen, Wallingport, Ontario, in the door car. Anthony Zangari from Clay, New York. Dragster came and went to the tune of a 746, 912 for the door car.
At only 178 miles an hour.
Well, what eye catchers, the pair of them. Talk about a photo opportunity. If you're into unique cars that are built for purpose, namely drag racing, Robert Fortuna in the truck, and it's Jeff Searman in the dragster. Two good reaction times. Robert Fortuna in his truck, 005011 for Jeff Seaman. 2.7-second ride, 777 across the board for Robert Fortuna, and the dragster in the same elapsed time. '66 Chevy 2. All kinds of memories there. Bill Jenkins, A stock, 327. Build at 365 horsepower, but it had more than that.
Hey, we're making good progress here today as Super ET is continuing to run. And we're going to get ready to move into sleds and bikes as they were called to lanes 7 and 8. Still trying to get one off the track at the big end. There he's moving.
Heather Boyko in the dragster. Heather from Northampton, PA. It's a serious hot rod there, 150 miles an hour at the 8th turns it off at 180 and change on that run. Dragsters a pair. We're rolling on here. Newcastle, Delaware. That's Glenn Reese on the far side of the racetrack. Beautiful piece, all kinds of graphics on in the paint scheme. Somebody took a lot of time to make all that happen.
On the left side, right? Is that the one with the fancy paint?
I looked beyond.
Oh. Let me tell you, we call that Frederick Kroom. You know, I understand the whole reason of a black car was so that it couldn't be really seen well at the bottom end. They couldn't judge where the car was. Well, yeah, and they couldn't judge it coming up on them quick because they couldn't tell where the beginning and end of the car was. It blended right into the track. So even the front wheels are dark colored, that, you know, they weren't shiny chrome or anything else.
So do you think that worked, Elmer?
No. You know, I found
Do you have any proof that it did not work?
Yes. It's 50 cents to announce anything. Do you have money? Oh. Okay. We need a Holly blue pump for Team New Media. Listen, we're looking for a Holly blue pump. Anybody has one? If you see Team New Media, and they'll get you into the right person, or you can bring it to the tower and we'll announce it. A Holly blue pump for Team New Media Dragway. You can bring it to the tower and we'll announce, and they'll come pick it up. How's that? I know somebody's got one here. It's got to be the Holly blue pump. Thank you.
We're going to change the sound around us.
Yep, washing
and
machines.
Here
What are they? Chainsaws.
Washing chainsaws.
What is it?
They are the fastest thing
Hey, I
on
learned
snow.
something about motorcycles. They got Positrack rear ends. Yeah. Think about that one time. And they're not all-wheel drive.
Elmer, what I like to look at is the difference with the sled folks in terms of how they position themselves on the starting line. Even motorcycle folks.
Well, it's Brian Moore.
Some are
He's
flat-footed, some on the
I think
toes,
he's
all
a
kinds of
policeman
things.
on the right-hand side.
That'd be him.
Yep.
And the Suzuki Hayabusa is one nasty machine.
It is, right from the factory.
8-second. I remember many years back when that first came about, and I watched the clocks here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, and I couldn't believe it. 8-second, 150 mile an hour. And so those folks who hop them up, they go real fast.
All right, we're going to do this all over again. Brian Moore, right-hand side. Floyd Appleby on the left. Floyd, Team Lebanon Valley, our number one man from Mason-Dixon, right side. There he's in. Go. Brian a 9:13, real nice run. And Floyd goes through 10:07 at 133 miles an hour. That's fast. I don't care what anybody says. You're sitting that low to the ground, and you're running 140, 130 miles an hour. That's quick. And this long swing arm on this bike, that's got like two different zip codes, one for the front wheel, one for the back wheel.
Well, they keep that front wheel down, and they are making incredible power. Some of them running 180 miles an hour or better.
Look at it. The chain is under so much stress. You can just see how, 133 and 134.60 foot times not bad at all. 865 at 152 to an 883 at 149. And look at this, with no snow on the ground, 1040s with that big rubber belt.
Darrell Aubin on the sled in this pairing is a regular competitor here. At times has been on the top of the heap in terms of the sled motorcycles. Has not been a track champion, but a contender.
Look at a 123.60 foot time over on the right side. Collar me going as he goes through the trap. 790, 167.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll say wow. Can you imagine what a June bug does to your face at 170 miles an hour? Yeah. No, that's the ones with every other tooth missing, and they encounter June bugs at 170. This is an old school, I think it's a Kawasaki in lane one. What is it? Yeah, it is. Z1 Kawasaki up against the Suzuki on the right. I'm pretty sure that's a Suzuki.
And something, Elmer, that's been interesting to me, and I'll be very much interested at a division level, how many Harleys will be here competing?
Two Harleys.
The Suzukis and the Cowies seem to be king of the road here.
They do. And on the Rotac motor in a lot of these sleds that develops a lot of horsepower. I'm just wondering, do they really know where they're at on that bike? I hope they do. Here's another set of 8-second passes, 890 to 868. Now, we got a nickname for the racer over on the right-hand side. My nickname for him, he races at Mason-Dixon all the time, is P-Pit Dave. He's been in my P-Pit twice. Just shy of the net.
Well, I have to recall. I'm still trying to forget. This goes back many years, but our esteemed track manager, Wayne Del Monte, was bouncing around on the track out here, and fortunately was able to come through all that.
This is one of them yings from South. Well, it's Team Maple Grove. Okay. He's already in fourth gear. You believe that?
Yeah. Something just came off it, or maybe it's paper of some kind there, right out about the 8th mile.
All right, Donnie Seibert retired from the penal institution from MCTC, which is Maryland Correctional Training Center, and came back to racing after a hiatus of probably 8 to 10 years. So, on his bike, an 890 bike, probably 880, and he's having some problems there. Didn't shift or something, so he's slowed way down. 865 in the right lane, 155 miles an hour. And he'll take the early turn as he gets down around the big end of the track. And you can tell he's having problems. We kind of tell him if you have a problem, pull to the outer edge of the track when it's safe to do so, and lets everybody know that there is a problem going on, and he's cleared the track at the big end.
And with the motorcycles and the sleds, rarity that they are spilling anything, breaking anything on the track.
Yep, usually it happens in the burnout if they're going to drop a link on a chain or something, and very seldom anything on the top end. Went 3360 foot out of right lane. 880 to a 943.
Now, among, I would expect, several unique motorcycles and sleds, one that may be, if not at the top, close to the top, is Jeff Tisdale. Now, Jeff is many-time motorcycle success in terms of divisional and local.
All right, I think they're putting out the first call for gamblers in the sportsman category to lanes 1 and 2. Bring your $50 bill. Gamblers race round 1 to lanes 1 and 2 for sportsmen. Sportsman cars to 1 and 2. Bring your $50 bill.
Well, Jeff Tisdale, who just went down, Elmer, he established the name of his motorcycle, and I'd never heard of it. And I said, "What's that all about?" He said, "I made that motorcycle. I built the frame." Now that's extra special. That's some real skillful driving. You see that motorcycle just moving around a little bit, and you don't get to steer it around. You have to shift your body weight around to get it to where you want it to be.
Now, these are pretty unique animals, and I'm going to call them animals because let me tell you, the average person wouldn't climb on one of these. It takes a special breed to want to climb on top of something that runs 140 and 150 and 160 miles an hour. And the only thing you got between you and the asphalt is air. $860 to an $894. And we're not done seeing the fast ones yet.
And Jonathan Tisdale, a young man who was here every event for many, many years, and then went on hiatus, and has come back the next couple of, well, I would say probably last 2 or 3 years after a long hiatus, and
It's a
right back into it.
pair of Atco bikes out there right now. That's a Bolito on the right, 116/60 foot.
Getting real small, real fast.
847.
Another 150 pluser.
Yep. Seen one 790 bike so far. And that's unique because that typically not seeing a lot of them, but they're all capable. But they don't turn them up that much because it is hard on parts. Team Canada in left lane, they must have snow tires and ice racing up there. After all, it was 36 here this morning. $895 to a $920 at the stripe. That's pretty sweet. Sportsman cars. All right, we've got the street or sportsman category coming to lanes 1 and 2 right now for the gamblers race. Bring your $50 bill, but also Team Cecil County's car number 52. If you are going to enter the street or the sportsman gamblers race, you'll be eligible for the buy run. You need to come to lane 7.
And a reminder to our high school competitors, this, if you want to get in, you may.
Yes. It's a good opportunity for a little competition.
Bob Salerno and Boyd Mathias.
Boyd hits a tree 000. No? No, he didn't even get the tree, did he?
No.
He left before the tree.
Here again, Elmer, we were talking about the status straight up. Somebody laying right on the gas tank here. That's Don Hookway in Flanders, New Jersey. That's the Hayabusa he's straddling there. And the Hayabusa in the other lane as well. Suzuki.
It's amazing the amount of horsepower that they make and they can put to the ground. An 877 to a 937. It brings
a few years back, where I live in the North Country here in the Adirondacks, on Lake George, it freezes over and they have car races, various classes. The ones they have as really specific purpose to be on the ice and be competitive, I walked over to one of the individuals and I said, well, what's your power plant? Hayabusa.
You know, I have a smart car, and it's got a 1,000cc motor in the smart car, and we use it at the track like a golf cart. But only they make a Hayabusa conversion, and it goes from all of a sudden a 68 horsepower car to 115 horsepower. Just like, hello. But no, it's fast enough the way it is. 19-second car in the quarter mile, so it's not really bad if you think about it. 001 on the wrong side of green. Lane 1, it goes through 952 to 135 miles an hour. And putting a little tide down there on the starting line.
All right, we're dressing up things a little bit off the starting line. Want to keep it going.
I think what he's putting down now is Roundup. That keeps the dandelions and stuff like that from growing up between the asphalt, right?
And the mop is to clean up the water that's puddling up
Yes,
there.
and ladies, these mops are specially designed for men's hands not to injure their hands, so don't expect this to happen at home. It probably would not. You know how I clean the house at home? I take the blower, the track blower, that 8-horsepower blower, and open the kitchen door up, and then start in the living room, just blow the stuff on the floor right on out the kitchen into the backyard.
What does your backyard look like after a while?
It's got a lot of stuff that we're go looking for that I said I knew that was on the kitchen table at one time. I got 2 beagles. They let me tell you, they help themselves to anything that's in the house, and it ends up in the backyard. Wayne's doing a good job. We might be able to get him some promotion here. I'll have to talk to Howie, see if we can find a position for him. He's pretending like he doesn't hear me. Or maybe he did turn the mic off so he can hear me. Does he have a driver's license for a piece of equipment like that?
Well, you watch, and it'll make you wonder whether he took lessons or he became that wild, careless, and irresponsible all by himself.
That was his race car, wasn't it? Hey, while it's nice and quiet, we have sportsman cars in lanes 1 and 2 that want to participate in the gamblers race. They were supposed to bring $50 with them in cash. More is accepted, but $50 is necessary. And team Cecil County, car number 52. If you were going to get into the sportsman's race, gamblers race, you would be eligible for the buy run or lane choice, depending on whether it's odd or even number of cars. And we would want you in lane 7 if that would be the case, that you want to enter the gamblers race.
Well, we really appreciate the cooperation in coming to the staging lanes and moving things along, and we're dressing things up and make sure the track is as good as we can make it. If you have the misfortune, which one half of you will, in losing in round one of the Gamblers, there will be a buyback. It is $30, and you're, I'm sure, well aware of the procedure wherein it will be the buybackers who will have the next round.
It's called round one runner-ups. Right?
Yes, it is.
They'll have an opportunity to go to round two by re-racing the round one runner-ups that also join them.
And you could pretend that first round never happened.
Yep. So they get 2 shots at round one.
Exactly.
God, Wayne is so smart to have thought that idea up. I bet someday he's going to be a manager somewhere. Or a greeter at Walmart. We can start there.
We are now in Gamblers round one. You lose, you can buy back. It's for $30, and then the buybackers will compete against each other and then join up into round number two. Nelson Belot Jr. has a little Valiant wagon to ride today. A young man who handles multiple vehicles. It's hard to keep up with who's who in the Belot world. Pretty good number as well, 11:55. Had a adequate reaction time.
So you got the other microphone now. Size matters is what you're trying to tell me.
Elmer, I don't know what to say. Wayne cautioned me about sharing a microphone with you. So.
Oh, no. Look who it is. A?
Back to the starting line and back to the Gamblers that is underway. Cody Roberts from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, and Frank Hood from Oro Monte, Ontario. Frank in the Camaro on the far side of the racetrack. Off we go. Cody Roberts is feeling pretty good right now. Has a decided advantage in terms of reaction time and gets the arrow saying you're good to go for round number two. Phyllis Pina in the Mustang, waiting patiently on the green, has the advantage in the reaction time department, but that's only one half of the equation. At the stripe for the win is Phyllis Pina. I came in this morning, I caught the coupe down below us, Gary Coleman's Ford coupe, making a timed run. I don't know, I'm looking at the valve covers on the motor. I'm thinking that may be a Ford motor. Not sure. Off we go. Little too anxious there. Red by 9 thousandths. It'll be Dean Harmon who will be coming back for round 2. And it'll be Gary Coleman who will be deliberating on whether that next $30 is worth his while to try to get back into round 2. Norm Eisenhart in the El Camino. Beautiful truck. Matching it up with the Duster on the far side of the racetrack. Ooh, we got a good drag race here. Just a couple of hundredths separate them in the reaction time department. So they'll kind of sit side by side toward that stripe. There may be like a car length that varies between them. The first best reaction time coupled with an 84 on the 84, that'll get you into the next round almost every time. So back to the starting line. We've got about a 1 bulb difference here. Make that 2 as I do my arithmetic here. Got green and green, about a 5 hundredths. So what's a 5 hundredths? What does that look like? It looks like about 1 fender length. Breakout, tough break for the competitor in the near lane. Back to the starting line, Rick Hafer, or Haffer if it's pronounced with a vowel between 2 consonants there. James Moore, James on the far side of the racetrack. 67 Buick and Ford Mustang going to give it a go. Both on the green. 6,000 separate these two. This is going to be a tight one at the stripe. They're going to roll along side by side. And who's got the number? A 2 quick 13-15 takes Rick Haffer out of contention in round 1.
Next pair up, Steve Sleeman Jr. in the Firebird. Got the big head start, 13.26 the dial. Looking to, he's easy on the brakes. Should take that one quite handily. Do the math, carry the 3. And he gets you in 13.37 on a 26. And we don't know anybody in the, what do you call that? What's the Firematic Supply Co. lane? There we go. G-Body Shuffle. Dan Ward out of Hudson, New York. Who's he racing for? XX, I'm not sure who that is. James Ferreira, Gravensvort, New York. 68 Dodge Charger. And that's no contest either. Left lane, the winner. Wow. Not even 1 foot between the winner and loser there. Beautiful day at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Division 1 bracket finals in the house. We've got a gambler's race happening for us today. Thank you, sir. All right. Getting used to this new Porta-Tree system is a lot different than our CompuLink up in Canada. And I gotta say, it's very nice. I like it. All right, who do we got in this second-gen Camaro? Up against a fourth-gen Firebird. Looking good in silver and stripes. 1310 the dial in the silver one. 1173. So the silver Firebird gets the clean tree. There he goes. Look at the reaction time. These folks are coming to play. And I think Mr. Firebird driver's got this one. Should do anyway, unless he breaks out. Lebanon Valley, very good air. And, oh, he's way off the dial. 1327 on a 10. Trip zip on the tree, and he can't get it done. Wow. That's the home track advantage working for you right there, I'm thinking. Vernon Center, New York. Is that close to here? I don't know. Dave Klein out of Smithburg, Maryland now in the truck. He's off and running. He's got his work cut out for him. Another G-body shuffle going to close him down, I think, in the top end. And we watch it. Yeah, left lane, you're running a 1312 on a 1288. He was off at big time. And look at the ET on the right lane. 1237, he was dead 6 for the loss after being laid on the tree. 81 El Camino of Adam Werner out of Reading, Pennsylvania. That would be Maple Grove, I'm thinking, is his home track. In the other lane, we got a third J and Z28 with 1150 dial. And he's red. El Camino's red and out of competition. He can buy back.
Oh, what a difference 1/1000th can make.
Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? I call him pink, not even red. That's, oh boy, that's a heartbreaking way to lose. Dan Cassie out of Thompson, Connecticut now in the 86 Ford Mustang. Number 51, gonna dial 1154. In the other lane, Jerry Schlommer out of Hackstown, New Jersey. Wonder where he's racing out of, Island possibly. 1297 the dial in the 57 210 sedan. 1154 the dial in the Fox Body Mustang. 57 gets the clean tree. He's off and running. Gonna be a good tight race. Gonna be winner lost at the top end of the race course. They're past the 8th mile stripe. Mustang can't close in on the 57. Can he do it? Yes, he can. 56 on a 54. Breaking out, oh, by 1/1000. Jerry Schlommer's gonna be kicking himself all the way back to his pit stall, but he can buy back in, and his day's not over yet. Joe McLaughlin out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Another G-body shuffle. That is in Malibu. Austin Loban out of Rensselaer, New York. In the beautiful candy dark blue Mustang. 1167 the dial. 1304 for the G-body. There goes the G-body, and the Mustang is red and gone. Well, let's be left before the third amber, probably. Automatic winner. 1304, he's dead 5 for the win after the red light in the Firematic supply lane. All right, who we got next? We got another 4th gen Fire Camaro, that is. Up against a Maverick, looks like a 71-72. And we don't have any info on this driver yet. 1230 the dial. 1254 the dial for the Camaro in the Firematic supply lane. Good lights, a pair. Off and running they are.
Just 1/1000 separate the two. Going to be fun at the stripe.
That's going to be Maverick's way out ahead. He should be looking over his shoulder. Oh, he's... Wow. I was not expecting that Camaro to go so quick. He was far behind. Left lane, your winner. And And look at this Blazer, S10 style Blazer, 1196 the dial, 1163 the dial on the late model Mustang of Wayne Seavey out of Sanbornville, New Hampshire. Good to have all these people from all over the Northeast racing with us here in Lebanon Valley. Oh, and the Mustang's red and gone. S10 Blazer getting through there. He gets there with 1197 on his 1196. That's not bad. 1156 on his 63 for the Mustang. So he's getting some data. He'll use that to his advantage next time up. Look at the beautiful 65 or 66 Mustang. Can't tell from here. 1152 the dial. In the other lane, Russ Wilbur out of Ghent, New York. In the 66 Impala wagon. Locomotive breath.
Russ Wilbur being at his best here. He only left 1,000 to margin.
He didn't leave a lot on the table there, did he?
And he cashed it in.
He cashed it in for sure. Nice job. That's a nice wagon.
The big block, 396, and campaigned by that gentleman, say from the late 60s.
No.
Until now.
Wow. Not many people can say that, let me tell you. Nice. Jonathan Gagnon, Pleasant Valley, Connecticut in the 340 Duster, I should say. Chuck Sanders of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Is that close to here? Philadelphia? No? Right lane, your winner, Chuck Sanders out of Philadelphia, getting the job done. 47 on a 46. And a 10 light beats a red lighting Jonathan Gagnon. Fourth gen Firebird off and running on a 1220 dial. Butch Weinrich out of Baltimore, Maryland in the 74 Dart.
1,000 separating on the reaction times.
Oh boy, it's going to be the right lane. This Butch Winch gets the job done in that 74 Dodge Dart Sport. Look at that beautiful Buick ragtop. We've got some beautiful cars here this weekend, eh?
This is a rolling car show every time the event is held over the years. What a show.
And we got a NBT Bank winner here, 1153 on 1154 double breakout. But, hey, we're all learning here, including me, the pretend announcer up here. Thankful folks at Lebanon Valley letting me share some mic time. 74 Nova, 73 Nova. Joe Clark, Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Jess Farquhar, Monson, Massachusetts, is red and gone. Both red. He red lighted first. So left lane, the winner there, Brad Northrup out of Percasey, Pennsylvania. Beautiful 66 Chevy 2. John Dixon out of Rockaway, New Jersey. Mike Barboni out of Cedar Knolls, New Jersey in the 70 El Camino. Lots of red lights. This time it's John Dixon giving it away. Mike Barbone gets the winner, 1167 on a 62 after being closer, both red lit, but he's closer to green than the other guy. Next pair up, Keith Warner, Kemar, Maryland in the Ford Ranchero up against Mitch Speart of Flemington, New Jersey. Ranchero, Falcon Ranchero moving hard on the late model Mustang. Looks like he might put a fender on him. Can't do it. 1401 on 1397 gives the win to Mitch Speart, Flemington, New Jersey. Look at these beautiful cars. What is that, like a 60 Chevy wagon? Ted Maley out of Chalfont, Pennsylvania, up against Pete Bushnell out of Manchester, Connecticut. A beautiful 69 Camaro Z28, 1177 the dial, 1154 the dial for this wagon. I like this wagon. Nice stuff. Enjoying a beautiful day here in Lebanon Valley. Thanks to everyone putting a great track. Happy to be here. Working with some great people, and they're allowing me to share the mic, and I couldn't be happier.
Well, it's our privilege, and we enjoy hosting. And
yeah, you get to see what other people do and how they do things, and it's great. See different timing systems.
well said.
Yeah. Third gen Camaro. Jimbo Romagna out of Old Bridge, New Jersey. I'll bet you used to run at Englishtown a lot before they closed it. Eric Reif, Boyertown, Pennsylvania, 69 Chevelle SS 396, 1175 the dial.
See who leaves first. We're going to know there if it's on the green. You're in good stead.
Oh, boy. Killer lights all the way around. These good drivers, I'll tell you. They're here to win. And your winner is the Chevelle 1185 on 1175 after a 001 light. The NBT Bank Lane. Now we've got another Camaro against another Monte Carlo. This Monte Carlo's Paul Costley out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. 1150 the dial, 1169 the dial for Kyle Gockley out of Monton, Pennsylvania in the Camaro. Camaro gets a clean tree. There he goes. Quarter mile to make it happen. Camaro trying to stave off that hard running Monte Carlo, and he does for the win. 1169 dead 4 for the win. Double whammy there. Bit of a breakout for Mr. Paul Costley, but that's okay. He's got another opportunity. Buybacks available.
Pro Eliminator to the staging lanes if you're into the Gamblers race. If there is an odd number when we get into the pairings as you come to the starting line, the bye will go to Jay Crutchfield. Field, I think I'm pronouncing that right, from Northeast Maryland. Will be the bye run if, once again, there is one. So, staging lanes right now for the gamblers if you're into the
The all-new NHRA.TV is here. NHRA fans, NHRA.TV is your ticket to race. $19.99 annually gives you all the side-by-side racing action. Anytime, anywhere, live or on demand, from the web and now with iOS and Android apps. Subscribe now and get a full year of racing action. Go to NHRA.TV.
All right, hopefully this one's better. Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Pro Eliminator to the lanes now, please. If you're not there, well, you really should be. Pro Eliminator, come on down. You're the next contestants. Here at Lebanon Valley Bracket Finals. So once again, we welcome everyone. Lebanon Valley, beautiful facility here in New York State. As we get ready for Pro Eliminator action, round number 1. Hopefully everybody can hear me now as we get used to the new microphones. New microphone to me anyway. Once again, buybacks are available. And we've got a Canadian out of Napierville, Quebec, in the Pinto. Ready to do duty with this 40 Willis. Look at that black primered machine looking all sinister. The Paul's Auto Body Pinto's got some Cougar taillights on there and everything. Jean-Guy Renault out of Cornwall, Ontario, 72 Pinto. Andy Bursell out of Bartow, Pennsylvania in the 40 Willis. Well, he calls it a 41, but they're all identical. 939 the dial for the Willis, 1008 for the Pinto of Jean-Guy Renault. Jean-Guy gets the clean tree. And Jean-Guy is out. Yeah. Andy Purcell says, thank you, I'll take it. And he goes 41 on a 39 to move into the next round. Next pair up, we've got 2 Fox Body Mustangs. Mike Chronister out of East Berlin, Pennsylvania, 992 the dial. Sean Nichols out of Marlborough, Connecticut, 1064 the magic number.
And one of Lebanon Valley Zone.
Ah, very good. So I guess this is the designation. Holy cow. All right. Thanks, Dino. Look at it.
Just a couple of hundreds separate the two. Here they come.
Right lane, your winner, Sean Nichols. Hometown boy, doing good. Lebanon Valley regular. So we got a pair of G-body shufflers here. William Hood of Bensalem, Pennsylvania, 1129 the dial on the 88 Monte Carlo. Grant L.G. Nichols out of Marlborough, Connecticut, another Lebanon Valley regular, 982 the dial. And they're off and running. Gonna be a very tight race.
1/1000th of a second separate the reaction time difference.
Wow, what happened there? Right lane, your winner, Grant gets it, 83 on an 82. Wow.
Good looking package.
Yeah, that's a nice pack. Rick Vetterio, Fulton, New York, up against Robert Punzinski out of Methuen, Massachusetts in the Camaro. Oh, Vittorio is red in the Mustang. Your winner, Robert Punzinski in the Camaro, 38 on a 42. Oh, wow, he broke out by a bunch. The air is going to play tricks on a bunch of people here. This is very good air.
No wind as a factor. Everything's still out there.
Yeah.
And nice cool temperatures. And the track is in real good shape.
Yeah. Gary Rolfe Sr. in Syracuse. Bob Bates out of Florence, New Jersey in the Nova. Nova going to dial 908. S10, 1012. Red light for Gary Rolfe Sr. out of Syracuse in the little S10 Blazer. Bob Bates, your winner. 907 with a 5 on a 908. He'll use that information wisely. Oh boy, we've got a classic car show. We've got a pair of muscle cars here now. Nova SS and a Road Runner.
And a little bit about the Roadrunner, it looks like no narrowed rear end. Maybe the Mopars in some cases had a little extended wheel wells, but it's interesting to see for a change.
Yeah, it's a nice change too. I like it.
More of a classic look.
Yeah. Got the typical Mopar leaf springs on it. Looks just right. However, Jeff is red. AJ Meyer out of Rome, New York, your winner in the Nova. 59 on a 52. He's got some work to do. Dodge Plymouth Valeri. I was going to call it a Dodge Aspen. Almost the same thing. Cam Murray of Southampton, New Hampshire. 1089 the dial. Rob Carlson of Broadbrook, Connecticut. There he goes. Waiting. Waiting and more waiting. Got to chase down that Valeri. Hasn't caught him yet. 1,000 foot still not there. He gets it. At the last pass, dead 7 for the win. Wow, look at that. Yeah. Cam Murray couldn't run the number. Wow, tight racing.
Or made one of those, what many of us have experienced at that finish line. You think you got it for sure, only to find out it didn't work.
It didn't work, exactly, yeah. Steve Knight in the Mustang, Ray Williams Sr. in the Pontiac Sunfire. That is a long wait up on the converter like that. Nice light though. Steve Knight charging hard, trying to get that little Sunfire in the lights, and he does. 10:57 on a 50. Just dragging the pedal a little bit as he blows by him. 16th, he was dead too. Look at that. Wow, Sunfire's got it going on. Terry Lee out of Clay, New York in the bright yellow Mustang. Brian Lind out of Kemar, Maryland in the Camaro. 955, the magic number for the Camaro. 971 for the bright yellow Mustang of Terry Lee. Off and running they go. Terry Lee trip zip in the Mustang. Good race happening here. Who's it going to be? The stripe, it's going to be the left lane with a 10 light. 964 and a 55. Terry Lee could not run the number. All right, here's one of my boys. Blake Sutton. Last year he was won Rookie of the Year. Never raced before. This is his second full season of racing in the Reapin' Havoc Sunfire out of Burlington, Ontario, Canada. 984 the dial. Gary French of Seneca Falls, New York in the Monte Carlo. Gonna have some G-body shuffling going. 1305 the dial for the Monte. There goes the Monte. There it goes Blake Sutton, Team Canada. Sutton moving hard, moving hard, moving hard. Can he catch him? Yes, he can. 88 on an 84 is good enough for our last year's Rookie of the Year. Never raced before. He's into round 2. Good job, Team Canada.
And as with any sport, the aptitude. Not anybody can learn quickly on a curve.
No, they're few and far between. You either got it or you don't. And in this lane, Leigh Ratzkovich is a little bit red over Gary Rolfe Jr. Gary Rolfe Jr. is your winner. 71 on a 69, getting the job done. Thunderstruck. Look at the cool cars we have here at Lebanon Valley.
I'm glad to see that other folks really like that intake where you've got an air cleaner or air cleaners if you have 2 carburetors tucked right into that scoop, and there you have it.
Yeah. Seems to work too. Lots of different ways to skin a cat, as they say. Lots of good, like Joe Valenzuela, can't make it happen. Bill Wilson of Newfield, Pennsylvania, your winner. 84 and an 81. Didn't get the better light, but he got the job done at the top end. As our rolling car show continues, David Gibbons out of Wakefield, Massachusetts in the 68 Camaro, 10-12 the dial. Brendan Karagizian, thank you, Waltham, Massachusetts. I guess he's a regular here, is he? Cool looking wagon. 1233 the dial for the wagon. I tell you, the lights are killer, aren't they? Who's it gonna be at the striped wagon? Looks like he's got it going on. He can't finish the job. Dave Gibbons, your winner, 14 on a 12. Slightly better light, but boy, oh boy. Good close racing here at Lebanon Valley.
What a cool little car this is on the far
Yeah.
side of the racetrack.
Yeah, it's either a 39 or a 40 Ford sedan. I can't make it out from here. Brian Volman out of Montgomery, Pennsylvania. Gonna dial 1126 with the machine. In the G-body is Chris Cassidy out of Ringo's, New Jersey. Oh, the little 40's out via the red eye.
Oh, what a hurt. There's
would've hurt,
1,000.
yeah.
Now it's 8,000. I can't
Man.
even fathom what that.
What is that?
How do you measure that?
I don't know.
But
Good thing we got
the
good
system
electronics.
does. Indeed.
Man. All right, here's another one from Team Canada, the Gord Kennedy at Font Hill, Ontario. And this is actually his daughter's car, and his daughter does most of the racing, and she can't come. They are co-drivers. Gord has very limited experience in this car. It's a 427 pump gas, big block in the El Camino. And he's your winner. Steve McCulley is red by just a smidge in the AMC Spirit. I love those AMC cars.
And there's some old-fashioned approach where the you lay that tailgate down.
Yeah, it's gotta be worth something,
For years,
eh?
it had to be down.
Yeah.
It was up,
Yeah.
down. Now people have it all covered up.
They have it all covered up. I watched a Mythbusters episode, and they said, how much gas can you save in virtually nothing? I found it out on Mythbusters on TV. Laura Berard out of Troy, New York in her beautiful Yenko-inspired Nova. John Del Basso out of Whitehaven, Pennsylvania in a 67 Camaro, 1054 the dial. 976 for Laura Beard. Oh, Laura, poor thing. Little bit red there.
Well, Laura is a part of the Berard family, and she has a brother and father and a mother who is actively involved in all of this. And I've never seen someone who is so good where a few thousands on the wrong side have made a difference on a regular basis. At some point, there's got to be a little
There's got to be a
better luck.
balance. There's got to be an equilibrium happening there somewhere. Yeah, it's got to, what is it? The law of averages. That's what I'm looking for. The law of average got to catch up with her. Kyle Murray is Southampton, New Hampshire in the 340 Duster up against Justin Brusso, Southbridge, Massachusetts in that beautiful white S10. Man, these guys and gals are good. Good lights up here. It'll be won or lost to the top 10. Looks like the truck's got a fender on them for the win. 10:30 double breakout. Wow. Truck breaks out by less for the win.
On that breakout, we're looking at nearly or equal to 1/10.
Jeez. Wow.
Exactly.
He took a lot of stripe.
Exactly.
And here's another one from Team Canada. Tayton Summerfield. He, I bet you he's going for Rookie of the Year because he just came out of Junior Dragsters. Has never raced a big car before. This is very first season. And he's doing pretty good. Fought all kinds of chassis issues, rear end bouncing up and down, and they kept charging hard after it, and he turns on the light too. Very nice young man, very well spoken. Continues his schooling. That's how he is allowed to go racing. Continuing education. Rudy Bleakley out of Fishkill, New York in the Mustang. Looks like a Shelby-inspired machine. Richard Seidel out of West Springfield, Massachusetts in the Chevy 2. That's looking pretty sinister over there too. $996 a Dow for the Chevy 2, $1065 for the Mustang. And away we go.
And Rick is riding in that little red Nova. Belongs to Mr. Rosa. And it's a rent.
It's a rent-a-racer.
Rent-a-car, rent-a-racer. Even better stated.
We have a few of them too, yeah. Some well-prepared cars, and the guys are, well, not as eager as they once were, and they've got some young lions that could use a ride, and it's a match made in heaven most of the time.
And Rick Seidel, when that Arrow just came up, thinks it was a cost worth spending.
Exactly, yeah. That was well worth it. Rich Penicaro, Mercerville, New Jersey, up against Mike LaRose Sr. out of West Monroe, New York, and the two darts going at it. 69 in the black and maroon. The primer one is a 1970, and he's red and gone. Mike LaRose Sr. Just a little bit red. Look at this CUDA. I love the selection of vehicles here. I love that CUDA. I love the Dart in the other lane. Or could it be a Valiant? It is. It's a 68 Valiant. Dave Harvey Jr., Atco, New Jersey, and that needs no introduction. Ray Thurston, the fourth, out of Middleport, New York, in the Plymouth CUDA, 1050 the dial, 1077 for Harvey Jr. in the Plymouth Valiant. Off and running, good race happening here as well. Come on, CUDA. Nope. It's the Valiant. Dave Harvey Jr., 78 on a 77, 29 beats a 40 on the tree every day of the week.
Now we got a little door action there, clean out some of that smoke from the wheel wells. Maybe time to caulk them up a little bit.
Yeah. A lot of gaps in the, well, it's a work in progress, as we can see. Jake Nara out of Boyerstown, Pennsylvania. Happy to be here, I'm sure, with his, says a 70 Maverick, but that looks like a 64 Chevelle to me.
Somewhere in there, it's hard to tell with all of that work on the tail section there.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. Dave Slusher Jr. gets the win with 11.54 and a 51. Wow.
This Camaro, 67, 68. I don't know how to make the distinction.
Yeah,
Perhaps you
with the fiberglass doors on it, you can't see if it's got window vents or side marker lights. So I'm going to say it's a 67 because there's no side marker lights.
do. Okay, there.
That started in 68. Troy Gerhardt, Fayetteville, Pennsylvania.
Looks like a nasty hot rod.
It looks cool, doesn't it?
Real smooth, nice, clean launch.
Yeah, I think he's in contention for a win on this one. But he breaks out. Double breakout. Wow. Things are getting fast here at Lebanon Valley.
And could be in part, the air is good, continues to be from the start of the day. But there is a little breeze up here now, so a little bit makes a difference.
Scott Tupper, Montgomery, Pennsylvania, in the black S10. Christina Alden, she's out of Bridgewater, Massachusetts, in her 340. She's going to dial 1046, 946, 1 second quicker as Scott Tupper in his Camaro. Although that looks like an S10 truck to me. Maybe that's the car they normally drive. They pull in a vehicle to do the finals. S10 gets it. 950 on a 46. 6 light beats a 12 any day of the week. Lots of 340 Dusters here this weekend, including this one. Ron Childs out of Lewiston, Maine.
We have several of them in various forms, several with the 340, and a good number of them with a 440.
Oh, wow. The big brother to the 340, eh? Emily Salvo out of Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, in her 73 Nova. 1024 is her magic number. Oh, poor Emily, a little bit on the red side of things. Well, she can buy back, though. That's okay. Your winner, Ron Schiltz. 1065 on a 62. The 02 light doing the job for him. That looks like a 68 Super Bee. Kyle Core of Myerstown, Pennsylvania. That's a familiar name to me. 953 the dial. Chris Lofgren of Schuylerville, New York in the Nova.
Yeah, Chris is a convert. He, for years, was involved with AMCs, and then he jumped into the big block Chevrolet business and has become a formidable racer in having done so.
Well, we like the AMC stuff, but those parts are hard to come by, and can't really blame them. I like AMCs. I like them all. Used to work for an AMC dealership when they were still in existence. And Chris is your winner. There you go. Very well. 945 and a 42. 01 light beats an 05 light. So we're rolling through our pro eliminator rounds here. Shirin's Automotive, Easton, Pennsylvania. Looks like he's got Firebird fenders on that Camaro. Tanner Koutsaris from Penn Agrel, Pennsylvania. I hope I'm doing a good job. Let me know if I'm not. Anthony DiPetrio out of Winstead, Connecticut in the Mustang. Gonna dial 1068. 1006 for Tanner in the Camaro. Anthony getting ready, taking his sweet time and getting into the beams. But he wants to be ready. He's a Lebanon Valley representative. He's going in deep. Usually the deep guys are supposed to go in first. And that didn't help Anthony as he goes red there.
Well, that driver, Anthony DiPietro, has been working with that deep stage, which has proven very, very helpful to him. However, there is that whole business of the deeper you go in, the least the margin.
Yeah. No rollout there.
For hanging on to that beam for 1,000th or two.
Just a hang on,
makes
baby.
a difference.
Yeah. Michael Vanden Heuvel out of Elkton, Maryland in the Olds Cutlass up against Trish Witt. She's out of Westchester, Pennsylvania in the 67 Camaro. And she's off and running. Big spot there, 920 to 1092. Wow, look at that. Yeah, Michael gets that one, 94 and a 92. Better light, helping him out there. Faith Warner, she's out of Kemar, Maryland in the Fairlane Ranchero. Mike Haynes out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, 1047 the dial in the G-body. Faith in that Ranchero looking pretty good at this point. Can't finish the job.
The equation involves two things, reaction time, but also elapsed time. And it's how close you can be to both of those. And if one is really great and the other one is really bad, it's really bad. It's likely bite you.
Yeah, and it did just there. Here's another Canadian. This J.C. Hutchison is not his car. This is Craig Wilson's car. Craig says, you know what? You're a better driver than me. Craig's raced this car all summer. J.C. has not driven this car at all this year because he has his own car. And doing a good job so far.
And that's the Mustang or the Dart?
Yep, the Mustang.
Mustang.
Oh, 1147. I couldn't run the number at all. Welded him to the tree, but just couldn't get the job done. Kevin Core moving on.
There might be a name that could be attached to the car right down below us here. Higher is better.
As if you're talking motors, then I would say, yeah. That is one big motor. That's 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag right there. The BMW with some kind of big power in there. And he's your winner. That would be George Correa out of New Bedford, Massachusetts, getting the win. Nice, 19, less than 1 foot. Isn't that amazing? Good close racing here. Lebanon Valley. Dave Harvey III of Barrington, New Jersey in the Pontiac Le Mans. Steve Long, Lithium, Maryland in the Mustang.
And Elmer, who was my partner here in the first segment of our announcing, talked about the Mustang in terms of it being bought it and kept it and has maintained it.
Wow, that's rare these days. Find a good one, you should keep it. Dave Harvey III is your winner. And we've got a Dart Sport here against another S10, the 73 Dart Sport of Paul Stravinsky of Ringtown, Pennsylvania. Dalton Rolls of Muncie, Pennsylvania in the S10. Oh, poor Dalton, a little bit red there. Dart Sport moving on for the win. Goes 9:06 on the 9 flat, 24 and a 25 for Dalton. Dalton will have to go visit the buyback lanes.
What a great response to this initiative to have a gamblers race for multiple categories. And I think there were over 60 folks that jumped in on this deal. So it's competitive racing,
Yeah.
and that's how you hone your skills.
Yeah, I like it. Very, very well received. Doug Lindell, West Friendship, Maryland, trying to stave off Paul Northrup. And he does. Doug Lindell in the Corvette going on. 22 and a 16, 17 light beats a 70.
The last Boy Scout is what I think that says.
Yeah, last Boy Scout. What's that mean?
Interesting. I don't know.
I know there's... It's a good movie. Oh! Boy, talk about lost in translation. That's me. 68 Chevy Chevelle, Jim Eric Tano of Vestal, New York, and he calls it The Last Boy Scout. Joe Dietrich is your winner in the 68 Camaro. Jim Eric Tano is red light. Huh. I guess I gotta watch more movies. Sat Samakar, Dover Plains, New York, in the 69 Dragon Lady. Look at that. Up against Howard Roberts of Pulaski, New York, in his 80 Camaro. Wow, so he bought a good car. Doesn't get it done this time, though. Howard Roberts is your winner. 10:29 on a 28. 19 light beats 23. Love the teal color on this 69 Camaro. Greg Myers out of Dunellen, New Jersey. Matt Consiglio of Rome, New York, in the Oldsmobile. Look at the lights. Just amazing. Good close race happening here. Camaro should take, and he does. Greg Myers, your winner, 17 on an 09, but he welded him to the tree, and that was all she wrote. Lots of 69 Camaros. They're my favorite. I have one at home. Well, it's not at my home. It's in my buddy's home. He's building it.
Do you feel that has made you somewhat biased?
Yes, I'm very biased. But I like them all. But you ask me for my favorite, and I'll tell you it's a 69 Camaro. Jeff Albach, Boyertown, Pennsylvania's got one. Up against Josh Hicks, and is looking to be like about a 79 or 80 Camaro. Killer lights all the way around. And Josh is your winner. 11:04 and 11:03 does it, breaking out Jeff Albach.
Bracket racing in today's world demands you're not being afraid of a red light start. because the window, and this is a good example, the young man in the Barracuda, Billy Kirpins Jr., has been a track champion here for multiple times, and on occasion he will miss it by a few thousandths, but in his view of the situation, you can't be afraid that that will happen, because you'll back off to such a degree, you'll be lessening your chances of winning.
Yeah, good point for sure. You got to be sharp. I find that the young Lions are really not afraid to push it. And I think that's, you're right, that's what it takes. That's what it takes to be a champion. In which they've proven. Nice wheelie out of the CUDA as well. Dodge Omni of Dave Tenney trying to catch him. Can't do it. Breaks out trying to. Billy Kirpins Jr. of 1037 on a 1034 for the win. Look at these. John Hedberg out of Spotswood, New Jersey in the Mustang. DJ Clark out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania in the Nova. 1079 the dial for the Nova. 1018 for John Hedberg in his Mustang. Mustang going in deep. And that was worth it.
See if it pays a dividend here. Just 16 thousandths the differential.
Yep. Hedberg makes it happen. Right lane, your winner. The Firematic Supply lane. Pat Barbone, East Hanover, New Jersey. And then another G-body. We've got loads of them here. Austin Yount of Stevens, Pennsylvania in the Vega.
It is amazing with a collection of race cars like this, the number of certain cars, certain styles, in this case the Vega. So many people grabbed a hold of the little car to make big power, and it has become a very, very strong competitive car to choose.
Yeah, and they're still competitive to this day. Speaking of Vegas, here's another one. This is a Canadian. Mike Reynolds, he's out of Napierville. Racing out of Napierville, Quebec. He's from Ottawa, Ontario, our nation's capital. 74 Vega, 1032 the dial.
And that's a little bit of hike from here.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be quite a jaunt. Mark Winterbottom, Fairhaven, Massachusetts in the Mustang. Oh, Mark Winterbottom just a little bit red, and Mike Reynolds runs into trouble with his Vega, pulls over to the side and comes to a stop as soon as he safely can, which is the right thing to do. And he'll wait there for somebody to...
And that really is a good point of emphasis. We have found that this business of continuing down the track but not stopping and looking to see if you are leaking something can be very, very, very problematic for everybody within the racing program. We had a situation this past Sunday where the individual did the right thing, pulled over, but we could follow, and you can still see down the return road where the transmission fluid was, and its splatter over the entire track. The entire track was 2 feet wide to clear it up with chemical. So that took some time.
I'll bet you that took hours.
Well, I'm not sure it was 2 hours, but it was maybe an hour and a half on a day when we had 80 contestants in all of our in our both pro and super categories.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, that'll hold you up.
So we will render some assistance here, and in a very short period of time, we will have done that. As long as there is nothing on the track, it'll be just a few minutes before we get things back underway. But our concession remains open behind the spectator bleachers. I'm not sure you can get breakfast anymore. The day has quickly moved beyond the noon hour here. But we really appreciate all of you who have made the trek coming in this direction, and we view it as our privilege to host all of you in hopes we can provide you with some enjoyable days during your stay here with us and in your presentation of what is a great racing event. So we'll hope the weather is going to continue. The weather people say yes right through the duration of the event. And with all of that going for us, we hope that you will enjoy this day and beyond.
All right, as we continue, we've got the Vega out of the way now. Mark Price out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania in the, looks like a 67 Mustang. Gonna dial 905. Terry Benton out of New Jersey. That is an Australian-built GTO. And a lot of people gave him a lot of flack for calling it anything but a GTO. It's a sacrilege to the GTO faithful, but they've come around. They're a good car, LS powered. 1103 the dial. Off and running goes the LS powered machine, and there goes the Mustang of Mark Price. Charging hard. Can he find that GTO before the stripe? Yes, he can. Double breakout. Mark breaks out by just a couple of thou with a 001 light. Beats an 02 light of a breaking out Terry Benton. Next pair up, Joe Silva of Fall River, Massachusetts in the dark blue Camaro up against Bill Kerpent Sr. in his 71 Duster. Bill's going to dial 981, compares favorably to the 1074 of Joe Silva's Camaro. And the race is off and running, and they're doing an excellent job, both drivers. Anybody's game at the stripe, and I mean anybody. It's the right lane of Joe Silva, Fall River, Massachusetts, getting the job. 1075 and a 74.01 light beats an 015 light of Bill Sr. DJ Pires out of Somerset, Maine, in the purple Camaro, 1090 the dial. Sean Steffi out of Reading, Pennsylvania, 935 the dial in his 73 Duster. Duster's all staged up. And they're off and running. Another close one here at Lebanon Valley. Duster charging hard on that Camaro. Hasn't caught him yet. 1,000 foot, still not there. Can't catch him. Breakout. DJ Pires is your winner. 1089 with a 2 on a 1090 for the win. Rob Zetterberg, Great Meadows, New Jersey, in the Monte Carlo. Gonna dial 940. In the other lane, we don't know yet. 1045 the dial on the S10. Zetterberg is deep stage. There goes the S10. There goes Zetterberg. And the race is on. Zetterberg and Amani trying to catch the S10. 1,000 foot, not there, not there. Gets there right at the end. 45 on a 40. Beats a breaking out S10. S10 had the better light. Should have taken a little less strike. Might have been okay. As we continue with the Division 1 bracket finals, we're on D1TV. Very cool. Check it out. Tell your friends. Get online. Get watching it. It's only going to get better from here. Howard Roberts, Fort Plain, New York, in the 72 Swinger. Mike Frenick out of Oak Ridge, New Jersey, also in a Dodge Dart. Very similar machines. I wouldn't be surprised if they talk a lot to each other. Very similar machines. 1065 for the red one, 1010 for the silver one. Who's it gonna be at the stripe? The silver one of Mike Frenick. 1017 on the 1010 beats the 1071 on the 65 of Harold Robbins. As we continue, Robert Mullaney of Mays Landing, New Jersey, in the 4th Gen Camaro. Gonna dial 1152. Aaron Thim, Mountain, Pennsylvania, in the 67 Camaro, a 1014 dial. So the 4th Gen gets the clean tree. There he goes. 67. Moving, nowhere near him yet. 1,000 foot, I don't think he's gonna catch him. And breaking out by 3 thou is Robert Mullaney. Hands it to Aaron Thim. Wow, excellent racing here. Super Eliminator Gamblers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Eliminator Gamblers to lanes 1 and 2. Your 5 from Island Dragway, D. Hebig, would be the buy if there's an odd number. Lane 7 if you're the buy. D. Hebig, lane 7 if you're the buy. Super to lanes 1 and 2 now, please. Look at the wheelie on the Vega wagon of John Brock Mosier out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania, taking on Robert Smith of Westchester. And John is your winner. 911 on the 904. 002 the light beats an 06 every day of the week. A gorgeous day. We custom ordered the weather. Hope you like it. Put in the order for all week long. All right, as we continue, Thursday's Gamblers Day here at Lebanon Valley. Jared Kinson and his 68 Camaro. Look, he's got a lot of kill stickers on his quarter window. Out of Plaistow, New Hampshire, 914, the magic number. Craig Sonderfen out of Midland Park, New Jersey, in the second gen red Camaro. 939 the dial. Yeah. Jared in the blue. Craig in the red. New England Dragway versus Lebanon. And poor Jared Kingston is red. Your winner, Craig Sonderfen, out of Midland Park, New Jersey, goes 944 in the 39 after a 01 light on the good side of things. 69 Firebird. Nice silver in color. No ID on this guy yet. Mike McKay, he's from Ellisburg, Pennsylvania, in looks like a Dodge Omni. A Dodge Daytona, oh, thanks. $10.38 the dial, there he goes. $9.85 for the Firebird, there he goes. Good incrementals. Firebird just about putting a fender on him now, and he does to take the win. Firebird, your winner, $9.85. Dead zero for the win. Emily Dittenbrenner Walker out of Aston, Pennsylvania. She's in the red Camaro. Gonna dial 1104. No info yet on the beautiful blue Firebird. Firebird in at 1039. Emily, she's in at 1004. And her Z28. Emily's red and gone. Buyback window will be happy to see young Emily. Emily finishes up with a 10:02 and a 10:04, so she'll use that information wisely. As we move into the next pair, another GM matchup. 68 Camaro of Brad Northrup for Casey, Pennsylvania. Bright red machine, gonna dial 943. Joe Faccarino out of Old Bridge, New Jersey. And I'm sure he can see Raceway Park, Englishtown in his backyard. 1010 the dial, and the beautiful chrome yellow Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo gets to leave first. Camaro will do the playing the catch-up game. Killer lights all the way around. I mean, killer. Who is your winner? It's going to be Joe Faccarino out of New Jersey. Double breakout. Faccarino breaks out by less in that beautiful Monte Carlo. Ted Booker, another Canadian out of Stony Creek, Ontario. Finds the air is very good. He's faster by a couple of tenths from his home track of Toronto Motorsports Park. 989 the dial. It's usually a 10-0 car. Matt Richeza of Cherry Hill, New Jersey in the Fox Body Mustang. with a 10:05 dial. Matt Richez, 10:08 on the 10:05 for the win. Next pair up, Thomas Scrifignano out of Middletown, New Jersey. Paul Thim Jr. of Mountain, Pennsylvania. In at 9:16, the Black Vega. Thomas, 11:01 in his yellow S10. And they're off and running. S10 looks to have it in the bag. 11:01 with a 4, so dead 4 for the win. 01 light beats an 036 light of Paul Thim Jr. Yeah, D. Hebig, Orfield, Pennsylvania. You're the buy run. Go to lane 8 in your dragster for a Super Eliminator round 1. That is your potential buy. Mr. Hebig and his dragster. Dale Couch now, Northeast Maryland. 68 Camaro up against Joe Henderson, Templeton, Massachusetts in the Nova. 009 light for Dale Crouch in the Camaro. Not far behind is the 09 of Joe Henderson. Dale Crouch parlays that into a nice win. 9:29, 5556. Wow, right lane breaks out by just a smidge. 66 degrees Fahrenheit and 40% relative humidity. That equals fast. Density altitude 1,016 feet. There you go. That's the numbers everybody dreams about. I know a lot of our cars are 2/10 faster than they are at our home track. Density altitude just a smidge over 1,000 feet. Wow. Jason Mazzata, Bradford, Massachusetts in that beautiful green Nova. Mike LaRose Jr., Monroe, New York in the Road Runner. 9:59 the dial for the runner. 10:21 for the Nova. Off they go. All red light. Jason Mazzata. Mazzata's red and gone. Roadrunner getting the job done. Mike LaRose Jr. into the next round. All right. By run to finish up our pro eliminator. John Crutchfield. Long tree. That's a long wait. 9:22 the dial. How close can you get? 9:19 with a 5 for the win. They'll use that information to good advantage. We're rolling into super. That is super duper. As we find the category for super, hang on with us for just a moment. Super Eliminator, Super Duper Eliminator should be in the lanes. They should be locked and loaded, ready to rock and or roll. .1007, okay, we've got 10:07 the dial for Mike. He's out of Groton, New York, in the 72 Plymouth Duster. Sean Ford out of Vineland, New Jersey, in the black Camaro. 1986 version, 1012 the dial. Representing Atco Dragway. Yeah, I guess just so everybody knows, I'm Bill Richards. I'm a guest announcer here. They very graciously allow me to yell into the microphone for a while. Can't thank the folks in Lebanon Valley enough for their hospitality. Sean Ford, Vineland, New Jersey, breaks out, handing the win to Mike Fitz. Out of Groton, New York, 10:08 on a 10:07. Hi, Neil. Look at the beautiful candy paint on this dragster. Stephanie Diamond, she's out of Kerhonkson, New York. I hope I'm saying that right. 744 the dial. Joan LeBlanc, so we've got two ladies. Joan is out of Walton, Massachusetts. 933 the dial in her Vega wagon. Stephanie in at 744. Do a little bit of waiting around there. There she goes. Good lights up there. Stephanie rockets out of the gate. Charging hard, trying to put a wheel on the Vega. Can she do it? No, she cannot. Joan in her Vega going into the next round. 020 beats an 023 light, but not by much.
And her husband is right behind her in this next dragster in the NBT Bank Lane. Had a major event, picked up $2,000 this past Sunday. So let's see if he can continue on the roll.
Yeah, when you're on a roll, you got to stay rolling. And he obviously can do it. Jamie gonna dial 741. Mark Rodriguez, Ashunet, Massachusetts, in the Nova 860. That's a quick Nova 863 the dial. Jamie in at 741. Well, let's see if Jamie can cash in again this weekend. The bracket finals. Off and running they go. Man, these people are just killing the tree.
What a drag race. Just 5 thousandths
He does.
separating the two.
43 and a 4-1 breaking out, Mark. Wow, very close race. Fortuna Racing, look at that. Looks like an ex-Pro Stock truck. Robert Fortuna out of Holly, Pennsylvania, going to dial 780 in the other lane. Bill Warders out of Charlton, Massachusetts, in his bright red dragster.
And that whole business about the trucks, that didn't last very well and didn't bring much in terms of interest in continuing.
Yeah, there's quite a story to be told there. Well, that's one gorgeous truck, Fortuna Racing.
Yes, it is. Put your name right on the side of your truck.
Dragster looking to have his way with him. And he does. 760 with dead 5 for the win. Warders into the next round. Fortuna on his way to the buyback window. Annalise LeBlanc out of Manchester, New Hampshire in the car. Steve Gregoire out of Southbridge, Massachusetts in the dragster. There they go. Dragster moving hard, dead even on the tree. Annalise is your winner. 4.5 feet. Well, okay, I'm looking at this Porta-Tree system, and I'm getting all kinds of information from our Lebanon Valley announcer, and he's just been such a great teacher to me. Appreciate all the help. Rob Rudley, Atco, New Jersey, 844 the dial in his Camaro. Dennis LeBlanc out of Manchester, New Hampshire in a dragster. It's going to be the door car. 8:46 and a 44.
You have emphasized, Bill, and appropriately so, as we watch the numbers. For instance, that last pairing, the reaction time off the starting line was 0.06 of a second. And we're seeing all of this kind of closeness off here, demanding driving at the big end of the racetrack, which is the most challenging part of this resource, knowing when to lift and when not to.
When not to.
And having that the estimated time that they plug in on the front end, know that car and know it well.
Yeah, and when you're in a strange place and the weather conditions being as atypical, it just adds that extra curveball, and I think the racers here are good enough that they'll figure it out and make it even more interesting. And I'll tell you, what a great facility. Race tent in Poughkeepsie, New York, in the dragster gets the win as Dave Margolis of Falmouth, Massachusetts. Just a little bit red there. The right lane is a winner by 6 feet, but that doesn't matter. He's red.
And once again, that's what you have to be willing to do.
Oh, yeah.
You want to
Gotta
be
push
as
it.
tight to the 0.000
Yeah.
mark as you can be.
And if you don't, these guys they'll push you out anyway, so.
And with the electronics in this particular category that they have at their fingertips, literally, to make those adjustments, all of it is possible.
Yep. Chris Larson, Blodgett Mills, New York. I hope he doesn't. Oh, no, he's safe. So, I don't know what happened there. Sean Barron of Martinsburg, West Virginia, didn't move.
Eric Larson in his 1970 GTO. It's got teeth on the front there, and an eye too, from our vantage point at least. So that's pretty well equipped to make it your end of the line or your own. This particular time around, Eric is 1/1000th of a second too early, but you have to be willing to dare.
All right, we're learning about a new computer system to us here. Lebanon Valley having all the latest and greatest. Steve Whitman of York, Pennsylvania in the dragster. Frank Canuli out of Atco, New Jersey in the Magic Maverick. Gonna dial 1119. 804 for the dragster. Well, the Maverick will be a good ways out there before Steve Whitman and his blue dragster can give chase. There goes the Maverick. He's clean and green. So's the dragster.
It's going to be tight at the stripe.
Man, oh man, I don't know if he can do it. Can't do it. Breaks out trying to. 13 feet. Right lane broke out by .08. As I'm reading a new screen to me. 66 Bel Air. Isn't that a nice looking car? No info on that car yet. Blue buggy, it says on the fender, so I believe it. Kerry Whitman now, out of York, Pennsylvania, in the black dragster.
It's something, Bill, it's interesting that at one point in time, not so long ago, almost every car had a name on it. And that has kind of faded, but still,
Yeah.
there are some interesting labels that people have attached to their cars.
And I like the names. I think they add character and gives a little bit of insight as to who that person is, and I like them. Although a clean, nice car like this purple 70 Chevelle is certainly
Absolutely
a nice-looking car too.
Yeah. And some of what has lasted for a long time is present on this car, that snorkel intake.
That's
on the hood there.
That's an early 70s version.
Absolutely.
Still popular today.
Yeah, still functional.
Yeah. That's Richie Williams out of Westbury, New York. 921 in that big Chevelle. He's got a lot of power into the hood. Matt Vicone out of West Sand Lake, New York, in the dragster, going to dial 816.
Got those wheelie bars up off of the asphalt here by about 6 or 7 inches so. Going to let her lift up in the air if need be. A little bit.
Wow, another Tice Ray Williams in the Chevelle looks to have this, and he does. 921 with a 7, so he's dead 7 for the win by 0.3 of a foot. How do you measure that? This system here can do it. This is one wonderful system here. Al Smith and the Portatree Company putting this just a fantastic system in here for Lebanon Valley. What do we got? We got Ray Knight, Fall River in Massachusetts in the Mustang up against Claude Logier. That's not Claude Logier, that is Alex Lepp. Red light by 1 thou. So left lane, your winner there, Ray Knight out of Falls River, New Massachusetts. Anthony Zagarelli out of Frankfort, New York. Look at that Corvette. Isn't that nice? 913 to dial. Lee Chronister, York Springs, Pennsylvania in the Comet GT. I had a Comet out of the Sandy Elliott stables way back in the day.
That's the first of any of the cars, Bill, that I saw a little bit of wheel spin out of the Corvette.
Yeah, it must be a big power car. It gets the win anyway. 14 on a 13. A parrot on his shoulder. Very observant folks around here. Louis Raimondo, he's one of us at Toronto, Canada, Team Canada, Welland, Ontario. Small block powered Nova. It's his daughter's car. His daughter just had a baby, so he's red. James Arata, Wadwick, New Jersey in the Mustang. Taking the win there. Mike Scribani, Cobleskill, New York in the Camaro. Who's he got? Heather Shearer, Brewerton, New York. And, well, you can tell the lady's driving that car. Lots of pink going on. $7.99 the dial for the young lady out of Brewerton, New York.
Heather giving us the message of thinking pink.
Both are clean and green. Camaro looks to have the advantage here. Breaks out, trying to stave off Heather. Heather takes it. 803 and a 799.
By 1/1000.
1/1000. Look at that. The screen doesn't lie. Says it right there. Amazing. Okay, another one of ours. Chris Van Balen out of Wellandport. Drove all night. He finished work at 2 in the morning. Jumped in his truck. Came straight through here. He hasn't slept yet. We made him a bacon sandwich, and he's going to dial 914 in his 602 pump gas Monte Carlo. Iggy Falcone out of Rome, New York in the GTO. Close one here. The GTO looks to have it in the bag, and he does. 996, dead 9 for the win. Breaks out Van Balen by just a little bit. Less than 2 thou. Another girl. Okay, there's another Team Canada. That is Harry Olsen from Carrying Place, Ontario. That is east of Kingston, so he's actually closer to here than his home track. Rob Hyatt, Salem, New Hampshire in the dragster. '66 Mustang of Harry, that's Ford powered. Dragster moving hard, trying to catch that Mustang, just about put a fender on him down. Harry Olson, your winner. Dead zero and an 0-1 light. That's tough to beat. 7 feet. Bonifero red, he's another crazy Canadian. Goes 11:08 on the 1090. Brad Nichols Sr. moving on with an 8:06 on an 8:05. As we continue with our rolling car show, Paul Scribani at Delhi, New York, 894 the dial, the 1990 Camaro. Jeff Shaw, Athol, Massachusetts in his Iron Worm. That is a Road Runner. Nice looking machine. 1023 the dial.
He's had Super Street on that rear
I
panel,
noticed that.
and I've not seen a 1090
Yeah, that's a 1090 category.
on purpose being dialed to that standard, but it's quicker than that.
And he's not going to win this one. Paul Scribani is going to take it 899 on 894. Look at the bright red pickup truck. Isn't that gorgeous? John McClure, Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Ralph Kellenbach of East Haven, Connecticut in the black dragster. 758 the dial for the dragster. 897 for John McClure and his S10. And they're off and running. McClure trying to stave off that hard charger. Looks like he's going to do it, too. Dragster, dead 8 for the loss. McClure, 1 over for the win. Carbones.
Gary Carbone, who this year here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, of our electronics category here. We call it Super Eliminator. Gary was rolling along after Gary won the championship, was rolling the next racing event, got into semifinals, broke the motor, broke the transmission. So that's a whole new deal right now.
What a way to win a race, eh? Well, it shows no sounds of anything wrong there. Goes 721 with a 9 on a 722 to take the win. So I'd say the motor and transmission is doing a good job. Got her all fixed up. When you're a winner, you do these things. This is what separates them.
Or if you've been doing it for 20 or 30 years, you tend to catch on after a while, or realize this ain't for you.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Yeah, if you're not okay with breaking perfectly good motors every once in a while, then man, oh man. John Sanborn, Riverside, Rhode Island in the Nova. 1090 the dial. Dana Boken, East Hampton, Connecticut. 757 the dial. That's one quick dragster.
And it happens occasionally, not often. You'll see just there, you have hard launch, 6/10 or so later. You shut it down, bring it open gradually, and that's how you get to 1090 when or 91 in this case. This is how you get to that elapsed time by prescription.
Yep, make your magic number. Throttle stop racing. We've got a very big series up where we are. It's a Canadian and American series. They run 1090 or 7 flat on the 8th, and they travel in between the quarter jump all the time between Canada and the U.S., and they put together about 15 events per season. And good running season, yeah. Ted Barnes and his Joe Bonifero run an excellent series.
Really important, I think, in what has transpired over the years, where our bracket finals, once upon a time, involved 23 or 24 teams. We're at 12 now. So we need to have various venues for car people so that you can engage people in things that they feel that they could enjoy in formats that are thought about, created, as long as people are racing.
Motorcycles, we need you to lanes 8 and 9. Motorcycles to lanes 8 and 9. Stay with your vehicle, whether it be your bike or sled. Motorcycles to lanes 8 and 9. Make sure you stay with your vehicles. So we need motorcycle racers, bike and sled racers to lanes 8 and 9. Stay with your vehicles. Please and thank you.
Island team members, once again, Island team members report to the tent at this time. Island team members, please report to the tent right now, please.
Renly Wentland, Sellersville, New Jersey in the Candy Red Camaro. Dalton Rhodes, Muncie, Pennsylvania in the undercover dragster. 704 the dial. That's the quickest dial I've seen so far. 704, he's motoring. Can he catch that high-flying Camaro? Yep. Double breakout. Dalton breaks out by less to take the win.
It is so difficult when you are out there and you've got a big mile-an-hour car coming in your direction. Everything's going to happen so fast within the last 60 feet or so of the finishing line that you have to make a choice. You want to be either off of the throttle and think that's the way to go, or have that foot buried into that gas pedal so as not to hurt yourself in having done so.
Tough game to play. Dave Rubble, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 715 the dial in his Unleashed dragster. Joey Wallace, Middletown, Rhode Island in the Never Satisfied number 2. Dragster dialing 689. That is some quick bracket racing.
That should be around 190 miles an hour. Let's see how it fares. We may not see that mile an hour given the
181.
The difference between the reaction times. Had the
Wow.
race won and didn't need to push it out the back door.
Joey Wallace moving on. AJ Cowing, Weymouth, Massachusetts. I'm going to call it a 67 Camaro. Andy Bracotto, South Plainfield, New Jersey in the Firebird. 1003 the dial. Nice wheel stand out of the Camaro of AJ Cowing. And Cowing can't do anything but break out. He's trying to stave off Andrew Bracotto. Andrew, your winner by 6 feet. Left lane breaking out by a smidge. Robbie Boyd, Quackertown, Pennsylvania. Last call race fuel. Last call race fuel. You're going to go lots of rounds. You need lots of VP race fuel. Last call race fuel. Go get it. Last call race fuel. They'll be closing soon. Robbie Boyd in the dragster. Unknown as of yet in the Nova. 969 the dial. Good race here. Who's it going to be in the stripe? It's going to be the door car. 970 on the 69. 003 light beats an 05 light of Robbie Boyd. So the unknown Nova into the next round of Super. Bike and sled racer should be in lane 8 and 9, pardon me. And you need to stay with your vehicle. Yeah, they're rolling in nicely now. Mike Thomas, big wheel stand there in his 67 Camaro. Dave Wing, Croydon, Pennsylvania. Thomas with the red light eliminated himself from further competition. He'll be first in line at the buyback window. Wing, 64, that's a dead 6 into the next round. Scott Lorish, Center Valley, Pennsylvania, in his beautiful candy red dragster. Jim Petrecki out of Schenectady, New York. I passed right through there on the way here. 783 the dial. Lots of quick dragsters here this weekend at Lebanon Valley. Just killing the tree all day long, these guys. Neck and neck all the way, anybody's game. It is Jim Petrecki, dead 7 for the win. Both of them dead 7. Margin of victory, 0.005, or less than 2 feet. As I get used to this beautiful Porta-Tree timing system. Next pair up, we got a beautiful Baccaruda. 1069 the dial. Tom Husigan, Douglasville, Pennsylvania, and the white and blue dragster gonna dial 779. There goes the CUDA. There goes the dragster. Dragster charging hard, 1,000 foot, nowhere near him yet. Can he get him? He got him. 782 and a 779. 002 light beats a 01 light every day of the week. Next pair up, Carl Stevenson out of Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. Jason Amy, Walnutport, Pennsylvania. So 2 Pennsylvania natives going at it here now. Lebanon Valley, New York. Jason dialing 846. Carl in the multicolored dragster is magic number 711. Thank heaven for 711. Red lighting by 1 thou. Jason Amy gives the win to Carl Stevenson. Carl would have been tough anyway with an 02 light. And a 12 on an 11. Jason Hoff, Littlestown, Pennsylvania. 918 the dial in the beautiful silver Vega. Caitlin Kraus out of Orfield, Pennsylvania. She's got Strange Engineering as the sponsor. 1152 is her dial. Jason, as we mentioned, 918 on the dial. 2 Pennsylvania racers going at it here in Lebanon Valley. Red light. Jason is red by just a smidge. Hands it to Caitlin. Caitlin says thank you very much. Jason, by the way, will be on his way to the buyback window. Caitlin Kraus into the next round. Rolling Thunderbird. Look at the gorgeous paint job on this Thunderbird of John Jack Grader. Perkiomenville, Pennsylvania native. 818 the dial. Richie Forbes Jr. Esperance, New York. Candy paint galore around here. Look at these 2 beautiful machines. 806 the dial for Richie in his topless Camaro. Neck and neck all the way. Who's it going to be at the stripe? It's going to be Richie Forbes Jr. 807 on an 806 beats an 820 on an 818.
But not by much.
Not by much, exactly. Unbelievably close race, and this is only Thursday into a gambler's race. Can you imagine?
I would title it, "You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet."
You exactly right. You ain't seen nothing. Sean Fournier running for Napierville, Team Canada. Napierville's in Quebec. He's from Georgia, Vermont. 739 the dial in the K&N sponsored dragster. 760 the dial for Dave Daniels at Carbondale, Pennsylvania. That beautiful green and black machine. Big block Chevys. Fournier looks like a small block for power there. Look at the lights. I can't believe it. Fournier takes it, trip zip. 41 on a 39, getting the job done.
On the face of it, Bill, the dragsters, rear engine, of course. Don Garlett's, after he got a piece of his foot blown off, set the stage on that. So much has been done in the aftermarket, where the Chevrolet Big Block was the model for all of the pieces that are used to make 1,000, 1,500 horsepower. Aftermarket block, aftermarket heads, aftermarket rods, pistons, and so on. So it is a design that lives on, but the actuality of what's being used by the racers to achieve that kind of power and stability and reliability and pound these things, that's really what was required.
Yeah, that's made such a huge difference in the fast aspect of the racing. They can build Brodex pieces and stuff, and with no more factory GM stuff and all the potential short. Well, they're just pushing them beyond their intended limits. And now that we've got some top quality stuff, as you say, it's just magic.
And when you bring that in,
oh, this happens every time I announce. You gotta look over your shoulder, and the guy breaks out, has the win handed to him, and doesn't look over his shoulder and gives it away. What a way to lose a race. Happens a lot.
and even with the professional racers now, they're all taking blocks of aluminum. There's no more Chrysler Hemis, and patching them up is the point.
Yeah, they start with a clean sheet, billet aluminum, make it the way it should be. The times are really, today is a good day to be racing, that's for sure. Jeff Seaman, Shoemakerville, Pennsylvania. Carol Bell Vicone, West Sand Lake, New York, racing for Team Canada.
And Carol is a third-generation racer. With the increasing years ahead of us, there'll be more and more of them.
Yeah, very definitely. The younger generations, we've got third-generation racers even in our area. And I'll tell you, those kids are fearless. They were born and bred into it. They know nothing other than how to turn on the light. They've got all the good information. All the decades of their parents and grandparents racing is rubbed off. And they jump into the hot seat and become champions almost overnight. It's just an amazing thing to watch. Who do we got now? Rick Tarkowski out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. 750 the dial. That beautiful orange and black machine. Bill Brown, East Haddam, Connecticut in the white dragster. 808 the dial. Another good one coming down the pike
3
here.
thousandths in the separation, if you want to call it that, of the reaction off the starting line.
Yeah, and Bill Brown gets it. Dead 6 for the win. 008 light. 14 pack. John Dembrowski now of Stoughton, Massachusetts in this beautiful purple dragster. 792 the Dell. Jen Reese, she's out of Newcastle, Delaware in that silver Nova. Gorgeous machines we've got up here.
Look at that beautiful Nova on the far side.
Yeah,
Bill.
I like it.
Clean, clean, clean.
10-14 the dial for Jen.
And the Flames, they're
Classic, eh?
trends that come and go, but the Flames live on.
They've
So many
always been cool.
adaptations.
Yeah. Yeah, they've always been cool. So Jen is unfortunately just a smidge red. That's pink, not even red. Anyway, she's out. John Dombrowski moving on. And this Chevy too reminds me of Garley Daniels' old car from way back in the day. The same kind of similar paint job.
What a photo opportunity with the two of these
Yes. Yeah, good point.
sitting on the starting line.
Yeah.
History.
Two silver ones. Yeah.
And within a couple of tenths in terms of their estimated dial-ins.
So Justin McCall, South River, New Jersey, your winner. Dead 7. Dead 2-7. Wow, this system is amazing. Look at that. Right lane by 003. Wow, right lane, your winner there. So we're looking for a dial-in on the grocery getter. It's not
Talk
really
about being unique and
Yeah.
one-off. Not to be, I don't believe, likely replicated anytime soon.
Yeah. Well,
Very unique.
they didn't come from the factory that way, that I can tell you. A lot of work gone on in that one. That's Al Shaver.
I like the moon eyes, Bill, on the back
Yeah.
of it there. They haven't reappeared in a long
Yeah,
time.
Yeah. I was at the Moon Factory in California when I visited down there, and that looked like it just came out of World War II. What a place. You got it. It's like a museum. All right, here's one of ours. Jeff Digman of Fenwick, Ontario, running for Team Canada. He works for the St. Catharines GM plant where they assemble all the greatest transmissions for General Motors, mostly pickup trucks nowadays. That's where all the transmissions are made. Glen Reese, Newcastle, Delaware, his opponent, and Jeff gets it. 10:04 in the 999 002 light. Breaks out Glenn by, well, just a little bit.
It is amazing to me, Bill, as I look at, for instance, that little Nova 62, 63, wherever it was, beautiful little car. This little tiny wheel well and these great big tires tucked in there. And so the question becomes, how do you change the tires? Do you have the answer to that question?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they pull the bolts off the bottom mounts and let the whole suspension fall down. Just a couple of bolts, and then they can take the tires off, put the tires on, jack it up, and then put the bolts back in, and off you go. Not too hard.
And in some cases, they have to let the air out.
Some of them,
To be able
if they can't
to
do
get
that,
it out of
even
that
let
wheel
all
well.
the air out, which is a big pain. Yeah. John DiBartolomeo, and you should know him as a very famous editor in some drag magazines, and he has his own business. And he makes short work out of that deal, 769 on to 771. I stand corrected, that's a different John DiBartolomeo. And look at this convertible 66. Gonna say an Impala.
I know it's a convertible.
Yeah. I like the Corvette Racing Dragster too. That's a nice line. That's Mark Goyette, Napierville. Rouge Point, New York. Dragster with a win. Trip Zip on the tree. How many have we seen today so far? Trip Zip, a bunch. And it's only Thursday.
That's it. That's what they're shooting for, person after person.
Man.
You can't afford not to.
Yep, they're playing for keeps.
This is not the kind of sport where you just try not to make a mistake hoping
No.
somebody else will.
No.
If you're not willing to say,
No.
well, I'll get some breaks that'll go for me and others that won't, but I've got to give it everything I've got in terms of
yeah.
the reactions off the starting line. Then the wheel racing that comes next at the finish line.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exciting. Shane Beck of Navarin, Pennsylvania, 783 in the dial, black dragster. Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania, in a multicolored dragster, 731. Who's it going to be? Nice lights up there. It's going to be your left lane, Shane Beck, 783. So he's dead 9 for the win with a 19 light. Price breaking out. And look at the beautiful spun gold lettering and everything on this A1 Mulch sponsored dragster. Kevin Robb, Denver, Pennsylvania, 745 the magic number. Claude Lozier, that's Claude Lozier. He's from Team Canada, Niagara Falls, Ontario. He's got, well, he lost count of how many runs. Many thousands of runs on this combination. It's a ladder bar car, 440. Been in the car since he built it in 83.
He's having fun. Still
Still getting it done.
chassis pretty well in order. Started to slide off of that
Yeah.
dark area there. That's where you want to be, right in that so-called groove.
Yeah, and Claude does a good job there. He tells everybody he likes to go dragster hunting. And he usually has a lot of them on the wall, so there you go. Glenn Crane, Farmington, Connecticut, and another beautiful turned-out dragster, Greg Dittbrenner out of Ashton, Pennsylvania. And not often you see an Olds Cutlass like that. That's a nice-looking car, too.
Good to see Glenn here. He was broke in some way, shape, or fashion a week or so ago, but good to see him here. He has increasingly become a skillful racer, and his equipment has always been flawless, as you can see.
Yeah, that's a good-looking car. And a fast one, too. 925 the dial. Crane in at 1024. Gonna be another good race here, too. Dragster hasn't caught him 1,000 foot. Can't catch him. Dead 6 for the win. What a great day. What a great day. Phil Hammett, Southampton, Pennsylvania, in the beautiful candy red dragster. James Larrow, Vineland, New Jersey, in the Pontiac Grand Prix. Grand Prix in at 793. Hammett, 778 the dial on the dragster. Once again, we're live on D1TV. Tell your friends, get them online. Get some good Division I racing happening. Pretend you're doing your homework or something and flip back and forth between D1TV if you have to, but James Larrow is your winner here. Phil Hammett is just a smidge on the red side of things. Larrow out of Vineland, New Jersey, taking the win, 94 and a 93, 006 light. All right, another from Team Canada, Dan Bell, Averill Park, New York. In the Nova, Hugger Orange, 1114 the dial. Dale Crouch of Northeast Maryland in the dragster, 758 the dial. 1114 the dial for Dan Bell. So Bell gets a clean tree. Off and running he is. Dragster is red, double steps it as well. Dan Bell, your winner, and is Hugger Orange Nova. All right, next pair, Dave Habig, Orfield, Pennsylvania, in the Strange and S&W Race Cars Dragster. Isn't that a gorgeous machine? Tom Samsel out of Rome, New York, in the Roadster 27T. 952 the dial.
Your attention in the pit area. Once again, your attention in the pit areas. Second time slot. Sportsman, high school, together. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro, 3 and 4. Super, 5 and 6. Bikes and sleds, 7. This applies to you if you did not go into the gamblers. Your having done so gave you the practice rounds that are coming to you. So once again, second time slot for those who did not go into the Lane 7.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets. Whether it is in enterprise content management, big data and analytics, IoT, cloud, or security solution, we have the skill and the experience to help our customers disrupt their markets and lead in their industries.
Hey, we got motorcycles. That's two-wheel racing action. Brian Moore, right-hand side. What did he dial in? Let's see it. How about a 914 to a 945? Head start going to the XX bike. That's Adam Sharon. That's alternates that fill in other teams.
Okay. So
All right, looking for the win light. Win light coming on Brian's side. Better light, actually. Left-hand side by 1 hun. Brian picks up the win, goes to the next round. Hey, a sled. No snow out of Esta Dragway. Look at this. This is going to be a good race. 969 to an 891.
Yeah. I would just say Matt Gazale, Whitensville, Massachusetts. Oh, sled is red.
Really, both of them, True Start got that one as a victory.
I'm still getting the rest of the True Start. We don't have that up where we are.
Well, it's first or worst.
Yeah.
And the worst was a 030.
Yeah. I think it's a fair way to do it.
Well, before bracket racing, it would have worked that way.
It would have, yes.
So if you think about a heads-up classes
Yep.
like C stock and B stock and A stock and everything, the first or worst red light,
Yep.
whoever had the worst red light lost.
Lost, yes.
How about
Done.
an 867 to a
that-
935? Bob Carlson, left-hand side, Dom Hookway. Close enough that they're thinking about who's going to take the stripe at the big end. And it looks like Bob Carlson picking up the win on a double breakout. An 865 to a 928. Breaks out by the least. Ben Fish coming up against the Maple Grove bike. Don't actually have a name in for that rider. And this one's way too close to call, too, on the starting line.
Anybody's
I see
game
the
at
driver
stripe.
already
One's
reaching
lifting.
putting his head around, seeing where his competition
Yeah.
was. He takes the stripe and picks up the win. Lane 2 trying to catch him, breaks out. About a 27-foot margin of victory, it said at the bottom. Looked a lot closer
It looked
than that
a lot
from
closer
here,
than that.
I'll say. Douglasville, Pennsylvania, Kevin Twardowski, and that's a name and a half to say.
You got her.
No name in lane 1, and that's 11 Valley Racer. I'm just going to call him Flash for lack of
Flash?
better.
Yeah,
Look at the flash down his back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good handle for him.
And it was pretty close on the starting line as they're side by side at the 330 already. 1,000-foot mark, still the same. Who takes the stripe at the big end? Looks like Flash picks up the win. A 9:02 on that 896. A little better on the light.
I think the light saved him there.
Yeah, he had 200s advantage on the starting line. Well, let's predict a yellow bike picking up the win on this
I'm thinking it's a pretty safe bet, yeah.
You think?
Yellow for the win.
And yellow for the runner-up, too.
Yeah, yellow takes them both. Team Canada in the MBT bank lane.
Team Maple Grove over on the right-hand side.
Nice lights. They're just killing it.
I'll tell you what, these bikers have got on this Christmas
Man.
tree. Wind light coming on left-hand side.
Yeah.
901 on an 896 to a 991 on that 980. Starter going out to get something there. It's a dime. Heads up, at least. They're not as, I tell you, bikes aren't quite as bad as junior dragsters for shaking nuts and bolts off, though.
Those things.
You don't have junior dragsters up in Canada, right?
We got tons of them.
Do you really?
Yes.
Do they have snow tires on?
No. We only have snow 8 months of the year, not all year.
All right.
No. Where we are, we don't get a whole lot of snow.
That must be because of global warming.
Yes, another fallacy. Yes. Somebody's making a lot of money. It ain't me.
No, that's for sure. Me neither. I'm married, see. That stops that right there.
I've been married twice, so.
Yeah, well, me too. There's Larry Moe and Curly
trend.
up here. All three of us.
Looking like a trend.
Yeah.
Chris Maley at West Orange, New Jersey. Versus
Brian Knowles over on the
Knowles.
right-hand side. He's out of Berkeley Springs, West by God, Virginia. That's up where nobody lives.
I think he lives there, though.
Well, no, he's here.
Oh, he's here now.
Yeah. Brought his house with him. 006 to a 003. 9,000 separating those two. But the automatic win going to Brian as his competition went red by 3,000. What? Well, you don't want me to talk? Blah, 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 blah.
Kim Kinry, Socrates, New York, running for Team Canada. 879 the dial. Kyle Gockley, Pennsylvania. 868 the dial.
Oh, Moten. Moten. It's a Dave Moten, Pennsylvania. 810 picking up the win. 870 picking up the win, I should say, on a 868. Another Team Canada bike over on the right-hand side.
Rider in the green suit is Mike Konopacki, many-time champion, and his son was going to race here too, but his son had a problem on his drag bike, and he fell off it and broke his shoulder.
Oh, no.
So it's just Dad here this weekend.
You know, you can tell motorcycle riders, they all limp.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
one of them.
They got lots of aspirins on call too.
All
Look
right.
at the lights.
Pink light on the left side, 007 on the right, picks up the automatic win.
Konopacki here to play.
90, and he's holding a little bit, runs at 81 on the 90.
Wow, I think he had some numbers carrying there.
Yeah. New England Dragways rider, left-hand side is Tom Peterson. He's up against Salvatore Gambone. I don't want to mess with him. He sounds like he has connections over in Italy.
Yeah.
All right, listen up. If you did not get a time run and were not in the gamblers race, your second time run, you're eligible now. Sportsman in high school to 1 and 2, pro to 3 and 4, super to 5 and 6, bikes and sleds to 7. That is only for those racers that are not in the gamblers race.
All right, next pair up. Beautiful green machine. William McCann, North Cape Bay, New Jersey, in the green machine, 885 the dial. Boyd Matthias, Strasburg, Virginia, on the silver Cowie Z1000, 905 the magic number. Estimated time of arrival on the quarter-mile stripe. And he's red and gone. William McCann.
007, little bit early.
Just a smidge.
Lane 1 actually driving on the non-prepared portion on the inside.
Yeah.
Must have had street tires on. This
He's
looks like a
watching
drag
Street
bike
Outlaws
here.
on TV or something. That is a real drag bike there, isn't it?
2006 Suzuki.
Yeah.
Lynn Major. That's a major drag bike. I can tell you that. It does look good.
It does look good.
Taking on the street bike over on the right-hand side of Floyd Appleby out of Del Mar, New York.
Applebee's red and gone.
How about a 1:12.60 foot time in lane 1?
Yeah, that thing's moving out.
Yep, 8:28 on a 37. Think he
Wow.
wasn't holding some also. Wow.
I think he's got something in his pocket.
Yeah. All right, Atco Dragways rider Derek Cesari up against Barry Stephens, or Steffens maybe they call it.
Yeah. Steffen's in at 957. There he goes. And he's also red and gone.
And lane 1's 1:16.60 foot, and that's getting it on a bike, I can tell you.
Be
At the
hanging on.
stripe.
They'd be hanging on pretty hard to
Yeah,
those bars.
849 on 846. Got it dialed in pretty close. Once again, sportsmen and high school cars that did not participate in the gamblers race, they're eligible for their second time run. They can come to 1 and 2. Same thing with pro to 3 and 4, super to 5 and 6, and bikes and sleds to 7. That is only for those that did not participate in the gamblers race. There's your bye bike. Say that 10 times fast. Jeff Tinsdale. And 834 or 894 to begin. I tell you what, I'm looking at the scoreboards and then looking at the screen. I can read the screen better.
I think the screen's better. Easier for us to see in the tower.
So while it's quiet, sportsmen and high school cars that did not participate in the gamblers race can come to 1 and 2 for their second time run. Pro cars that did not participate in the gamblers race can make their way to 3 and 4. Supercars that did not participate in the gamblers race to 5 and 6. And bikes and sleds that did not participate in the gamblers race to lane 7. for their second time run, if they so choose.
It's time for new appliances. And who are your appliance go-to guys? PC Richard & Son. When you want it, need it, just gotta have it. We'll get it there the next day. All the quality brands you love at the guaranteed lowest prices. Oh yeah, it's time for new appliances. Get to PC Richard & Son, the company you can trust since 1909.
200 miles per hour, a terrifying speed. And until now, an unbroken barrier for pro stock motorcycles. But that barrier has been shattered. Hector Arana Jr. is the first NHRA pro stock rider to surpass 200 miles per hour, performing under the most punishing track conditions. Lucas Oil protects his bike and keeps it running strong and cool. Lucas Oil products deliver unmatched performance and protection, no matter what you drive. Lucas Oil.
America's ability to feed our citizens is in jeopardy, and some of our most basic freedoms are being threatened. Extremists and lobbyists with their own agendas are trying to strip away the fabric of American liberties. Freedoms like fishing, hunting, and even owning a pet are targets of these extremists. Protect the Harvest can help safeguard our American way of life. It's time to wake up, educate ourselves, and protect our freedoms before they're taken away. You can learn more at protecttheharvest.com.
Ashby at Auburn, New York. She's in their 2016 Malibu. Bill Hakusa, Flanders, New Jersey in the Camaro. If they don't have $30 bills, all right, who do we got? We don't have anybody on our screen, but we got two 5-liter Mustangs. I know at our track we've got hundreds of them at any given weekend.
Well, we got a Maple Grove and an XXer.
An XXer, but not Triple X. That's a different show.
No, yes. That's one that got to be 18 years or older.
Or older,
yes. Either that or accompanied by both parents.
Can do that.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. I'd go for it.
Hey, a pair of New England cars.
New England, yeah.
All right, I wonder if they're Patriots fans. Do you think?
If they're not, they're from a different place.
Yeah, no kidding. Monte Carlo over on the right-hand side, bouncing it to get it into the stage.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a Valiant, or is it a Dart? I guess a Dart. What's it
They're
say
almost
on there? No, it says Dodge Demon.
That's not a Demon.
No, I didn't think
It's either
so.
a Valiant or a Dart.
There's a Dart.
Now there's a Dart, exactly.
You got it.
That's Stephen. No, that's not Stephen George. Stephen George is racing now. Nice launch out of that little Dart. Harry Alexander, quite a bit red in the Chevy truck.
Well, the neat part was both were red, so a little premature for both drivers.
Premature acceleration going on there.
Exactly.
I don't brag about it, but
hey, look at that. Yeah, they both started at the same time. Think about
they
that. Didn't know it was going to be a race.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that's a neat little car there.
That's nice, yeah. Rag top with the top down.
And a roll cage.
Yeah, oh, that's...
or a bar.
Safety first. Looks like a bar, but... Sage Embley, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania.
All right, listen up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Buybacks in Sportsman and High School bring a $30 bill or $30 with you, and you come into lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Buybacks for sportsmen and the high school. Lanes 1 and 2 are open. Bring $30 for buyback. The winners will go into round 2. So once again, sportsmen and high school cars that wish to buy back into the Gamblers Race, bring $30 with you and come to lanes 1 and 2. Now we're moving into the pro category. And this is time runs, second time runs for the pro category that did not participate in the Gamblers Race.
Bob Crum, Oberlin, Pennsylvania, and the Mercury Comet.
Todd Lipke, left-hand side, out of Chittenango, New York.
Lots of cool names from up here, eh?
Yeah. Where are you from? I'm from the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chittenango, New York.
Yeah, don't you know where that is?
No, I have no idea where it is.
I have no idea.
But if you're from New York, this area could be East Chittenango or West Chittenango, north or south.
Yeah, you got to know. One of them's a bad part of town, but we don't know which one.
It depends on what side the railroad tracks.
Yeah. All right, what's that, a Nova?
A pair of Novas.
Yeah.
By the way, for all my guys from West Virginia, that's 2.
A pair.
Yeah, they
Oh.
not used to more than 1.
Right.
Yeah, 2
Right.
is a pair, just so that you all know.
Yeah. We got to be informed.
Yes. And one's
Team
red,
Canada.
one's redder, in color only.
Ah, okay.
Big end of the track, a 9:15, which is the low end of the pro category. That's fast. To a 10:45.
Yeah.
We got
John Iacono, Ridgewood, New Jersey, in the
Tim
Mustang.
Shibi. Yeah, thank you. Says Decker on the side of his car. Let's
Yeah.
just call him that. 020 on the tree on his time run and almost to the stripe. 9:14, 150. Nice mile an hour.
That's
also.
a lot of mile an hour for that, eh?
Yes. There- Now listen up. I've called you. By the way, if $30 bill is confusing you, I think that's what it is. A 20 and a 10 will do. Yeah. 3 10s, 31s, 6 5s, or 15 $2 bills. Once again, buybacks for the sportsman category, buybacks for sportsmen to lanes 1 and 2. $30 entry fee. Bring your cars to 1 and 2. All right, listen up. Pro drivers, buybacks. Pro driver buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Bring $30 with you. Pro driver. Pro driver buybacks. Lanes 3 and 4. $30 entry fee. Bring your money with you. Lanes 3 and 4 open for pro driver buybacks. Now we're in super, switching gears again.
We're good at gear switching. Heather Boyko, Northampton, Pennsylvania.
That's
and
a
her
nice
dragster.
looking car.
That's a beauty.
Dragster.
Yep. Roger Gilman, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in the 69 Camaro. Dragsters out of here. 106, 60
Yeah.
foot.
Nice.
Nice pass.
735 down at the bottom end of the 7s too. At 180
Man,
miles an hour.
Bruce Doltzfus, Newville, Pennsylvania, in the Chevelle. Gene Stankovitz.
Is that a 60 what? 5?
66, I think.
6?
Yeah.
Okay. There's another 106 60-foot time.
Yeah, these guys and gals,
7:58 this time around.
they're laying it down.
That means the starting line is working.
It's the whole track's working.
Yep.
Yeah, very nice job by the
That
team at
Mazzolo
Lebanon
oil
Valley.
he uses is wonderful.
It cooks everything, let me tell you.
It's a nice looking car here.
Yeah, the Watson McDaniel sponsored machine.
Steam and Fluid Specialties. Yep, I've been there.
Well, Eric Reef, Boyerton, Pennsylvania, in the all-white dragster. It's a drag race. It's a car show. It's just a happening.
It's a happening, all right. And they're just as happy as can be. They're doing what they want to do.
True that.
109 60 foot to a 108 60 foot. And a 736 to a 749.
Good racing. Now this would be a street eliminator entry, possible high schooler. Nice light for a bone stock Thunderbird, I'd say. Trucking it on down through the legendary quarter mile here. Lebanon Valley finishes up with a 16:61 at a thundering 81 miles an hour.
Hey, we did good. Hey, listen up. Pro drivers, pro driver cars that wish to buy back from the Gamblers Race, I need you into 3 and 4. Super cars, super buybacks to lanes 5 and 6. Super buybacks, I need you in lanes 5 and 6. If you would like to buy back, winners will continue into round 2, but I need the super buybacks to 5 and 6.
Darrell Aubin of Nowheresville up against Bob Salermo of Utica, New York in the black Mach Z.
A pair of sleds.
We have a lot of sleds up where we are.
Yeah, we don't. We get them onesies and twosies, but they don't stay. They're down practicing. They're fast.
They are fast, yeah. This one looks really fast in the left lane. They're 907, buck 38.
Yep, knocking on that 8-second
Yeah.
door. 117 in the 8th mile.
Yeah, that's all happens the first half of the track of these machines.
Donnie Seibert over on the right side, 137 to 60 foot on a low 9-second pass this time around. 9:23 to a 10:24. Got the mayor of, what is this town we're in? West Lebanon, standing down there on looking. Looks very happy. Very pleased with himself. Got the butcher over on the right-hand side. He's a meat cutter by trade named Dave Clendence. Really, the nickname we had for him, I was telling you, is Pea Pit Dave. He's visited my pea pit twice.
He's up against Jeff Cesario, Southampton, Pennsylvania.
814 to an 809, a pair of quick bikes. We do have one 790 bike that I saw so far. Not in this this session, but Team Maple Grove over on the right-hand side. There's the Wizard of Oz going up to the starting line.
Is that his real name?
Yeah, Oz. He stands in
Oz?
behind the curtains and says, I am the mighty wizard.
Thought he looked familiar.
And Toto was sitting on the bench here. Oh, well.
That's a fast bike, too. 871, 152 miles an hour.
Wonder what the wind chill is at that.
Be a bit cool. Yep.
This is Logan Mathias. We watched his dad race earlier, and this is his son.
Oh, he's getting real close to the center line. Gathers it up nicely.
He just wanted to see what color that red block was.
Yeah.
That's not a good run for him, a 9:51.
So we got ourselves a purple Camaro.
A Super Comp. That would be an 890 capable car.
Yeah. Soul Shaker.
Yeah, that's like Salt Shaker, but it's spelled differently.
What is it, salt and pepper mixed together or what?
No, soul. Salt.
Soul?
So, what do you think?
I think it's going to lay down an 8-second pass in a quarter mile.
Was that 8-second reaction time or pass?
Yeah. Reaction time pretty good.
Yeah, it was okay.
8:57.
I think you're a prognosticator.
Just hanging around.
Yeah, you're other right. Oh. All right, bikes, buybacks for round that were not winners in the Gamblers race but would like to continue. Bring your $30, come into lane number 7. That's bikes and sleds that were involved in the Gamblers race and their win light didn't come on. They can make their way into lane 7 with a $30 bill. If you don't have a $30 bill, 15 twos will work. Yep. Or, how many pennies is that? 3,000? Yeah, first person with 3,000 pennies, I'll pay their entry. How's that? Is that counted as loose ballast? Probably. And look at that, a relay race with a handoff there, and he's going to go climb on the big machine. Yep. So we should have in the lanes 1 and 2. In lanes 1 and 2, we should have the buybacks for the sportsman category. Those whose win lights didn't come on in round 1. In lanes 3 and 4, we should have the buybacks for pro. And Super ET, the buybacks we'd like into 5 and 6. If you're not there already, bring $30 with you. And bikes and sleds, I just charge him $30 and put him in round number 2. or round number 1 of buybacks. It's kind of important when you have this many cars that when we call your class, you do come. If you don't want to run that class, that's your choice. Hey, you're just petting Toto, and the Wizard of Oz is out there on the tractor right now. So, yeah, that's him. That's the man behind the curtain. All right, special invitation for the motorcycles that would like to buy back. Lane 7 is open for bikes and sleds buybacks. If your wind light didn't come on in round 1 and you'd like to try it one more time, lane 7, bring your $30. We'll get you fixed up. This is Sportsman. All those drivers whose win lights for some reason did not come on in round 1. Maybe it was an electricity problem or something, but another shot at it right now.
Maybe the bulb problem. Somebody took the bulb out, you know. Oh, we've seen it all. All right, here we go. Buybacks in Sportsman. Norm Eisenhart. Orwigsburg, Pennsylvania, and his El Camino. Up against, we don't know yet.
That's the best opponent you could have. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah. Maybe he's in the witness protection program and we can't.
Very possible.
That's
it's Team
possible.
XX.
Team XX, yeah. Nice looking 70 Chevelle, though.
It is. And, you know, period correct, all except for the wheels. Well, it's got Kragers on the front,
It's got Kragers
though.
on it. Yeah, I'd say that's legit.
Yep, for the 70s, absolutely.
Yep. So 70 Chevelle versus, I'm going to say about a 1980 El Camino. El Camino rolling hard, 70 Chevelle trying to catch him. 8th mile not there, 1,000 foot still not there. Gonna put a fender on him. He does to take the win. 11:49 on 11:50
but it took a double
breakout
to do it. He broke out by 1/100th.
Good close. Look at this. What's that? A 29 or so. Got the hinges on the outside,
Yeah,
so
but it
it's
doesn't have a
less than
flat
30.
head.
No, it doesn't. No.
Darn. Good
Paul
looking
Werner,
team
spring
wagon over on the
yeah,
right side.
Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania wagon gets a win. As our early model coupe isn't going to get there with his red light. 11:47 on the 51. Paul Werner into the next round, into the real main event. Nova versus Camaro. Nova's red. Eliminating himself from further competition.
Yep, he's done for tonight.
He's done for today. Yep. He had a go. Good go.
That's a pretty color in lane 1.
That is another from Team Canada. Frankie Hood. He's a high school vice principal.
I wonder if the car was built in Canada.
Quite likely.
You think?
Yeah.
My truck actually was built in Canada.
Must have been a good truck.
It's so far it's still running.
Yeah. Well, that's good then.
I mean, it isn't like Americans built on Friday.
Oh, yeah. You got to watch them.
Yeah.
Frankie Hood.
Left door on the right side.
1185 the dial into street-driven Camaro, trying to stave off that Corvette. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Into the next
better
round he
reaction
goes.
time too. That helped quite a bit.
That helped a
Nice
lot.
looking early. 289, so it says.
65, 66 possibly.
Yeah, and not far behind him over on the right side in the Plymouth.
Yeah, 66 or 67. Can't really tell from here. Belvedere. Nice cars, a pair. It's a rolling car show.
I'll tell you what, a lot of nice cars. You get a good opportunity to, you know, if you have a particular body style you like, you can find it at a bracket finals.
Yep, absolutely. Even a Gremlin.
Oh, yeah. And an American Motors Spirit.
A Spirit, too, we
Right.
got here, yeah.
Yeah, no Pacers. I did
No,
not see.
no, I didn't see a
I didn't
Pacer.
see any
No,
Pacers.
not yet,
And
anyway.
you know what? I did not see any AMXs either, which is kind
That's
of
unusual. Yeah.
That's a nice style car to race.
Yep. True that. So we got a third-gen Camaro up against a G-body. And no names in the system for either. 1183 the dial for the Camaro, 1214 for the Malibu. Off they go. And red light turning on for the Camaro.
But he needed that because
He
look at
did.
the other light.
That was the
001 on the tree.
001 on the tree.
Yeah. He came
Yep.
to play.
He did.
Dave Klein over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side coming up is, hold your cards, folks. We may have a winner here. Wayne Seavey. Wayne
Yeah.
out of Sanbornsville, New Hampshire. That's up where
There
it
you go.
doesn't snow at all. They have beach day every day.
Do they?
Yeah.
Huh.
Eskimos.
Eskimo Beach Day.
Hey, a gray car vehicle is going to get there.
I think a great car is going to win this one.
Yes.
Yeah,
And he does.
he does.
Picks up the win. He was
Yep.
1,600s difference on the tree. That helped pick up that win. Breakout trying to stay out in front.
Yep.
Couldn't do it.
Another from Team Canada, the Black S10. Spencer Nightingale. He's a soap opera star by day. Yeah, Spencer
and at
Nightingale.
nighttime,
And at
he
nighttime
works
he
at
races, yeah.
McDonald's.
It's a he's a licensed mechanic, and it's a V6 in that truck. 1470 the dial.
He knows so much about Canada. His grandmother invented nursing. That's pretty good. I like that one.
Oh, Spencer going another round. 1464. That's the fastest that truck's been.
This is a bad wagon here. I want
I
to tell
like
you.
it. I like it.
Yes. Wow.
Quick too. Look at the dial.
I mean, it almost looks like cheater slicks on it.
Yeah, that's one cool machine. 1960.
Look at that thing leave.
Better 60 foot than the 440 Charger.
You don't think that's a 348 in there, do you?
I hope not.
1151, picking up the win, big end of the
Yeah.
track. He'll go into
Double
round number
breakout.
2. 57 Chevy.
Yeah, that's a 210.
Yep. It's sedan model,
Yep.
or sedan, as some people say.
Yeah, me too.
Wow, look at those lights. This is anybody's race.
Yep. It's going to be winner loss at the top end.
Yep. Can they run the number? Ah,
Double breakout. Breaking out by a ton, both of them. Wow. All right, 340 Duster coming up now. Jonathan Gagnon of Pleasant Valley, Connecticut. And we have an unnamed driver in the Camaro. Camaro going to dial 1259. Duster in at 1222. I tell you, these folks are just knocking down that tree.
they're on the tree. There's no doubt about it.
Do
And
the
that-
math, carry the 3. Who's it going to be? Left lane, 1220. Dead one for the win. Wow. Nice runs here at Lebanon Valley. D1TV in the house. We're live. We're killing it.
Oh, they got everybody
Here
here.
we got them all.
Oprah's going to be here a little later today.
She will be, yep.
Yeah.
El Camino versus Trans Am now. Trans Am tapping the brakes. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Yes, it is. 1330 on a 1323. Trans Am for the win. Speaking of Trans Ams, here's another one.
Yes. Pontiac made 2 of them.
Yeah, we've got them both.
Yeah. And how is that a Buick?
That's a Buick Skylark,
Yeah,
67.
That's my Buick over there.
I like it.
I think that's the way the commercial goes.
1313 the dial for the Buick, 1224 for the Trans Am.
Another close one on the tree.
Trucking it on down through there,
I
dead
think
even
I
at
can.
1,000
I think
foot.
I can.
Looking
I
over
did.
each other.
Look at that.
Wow.
The little car that could did.
He got her done.
Get her done. Once again, ladies, don't get excited when you see that man with a mop out there. 'Cause I'm telling you one thing, it's not something you're going to see very often. That doesn't translate into domestic. I can tell you that. Yeah, they tell me those handles have special grips on them so it doesn't make calluses on a man's hands. Yeah.
So that's the secret.
Yes.
I thought it was from lack of use that the man doesn't get. But I'm just guessing.
You know, my wife one time, she said, "Can you help me do the dishes?" And we were on vacation and it had this automatic dishwasher, and I didn't know how much soap you were supposed to put in that thing. And I tell you what, we came back from going out to eat, and the whole kitchen was filled with bubbles that had come out of that thing. She said, "How much soap did you put in there?" And I said, "Well, I don't know."
Apparently the whole box is too much. Valari versus 40 Ford Sedan. Sedan in at 11:26, 10:98 for the fast little Valari out of New England.
That's the one I got into trouble last year with, calling it a Nova.
Oh,
Or it wasn't last year, it was a couple years ago.
yeah, those Mopar guys,
Oh,
they
no,
no,
they don't
that
want
doesn't
anything
wash.
to do with Chevrolet.
Yeah,
They'd rather walk than even tow with a Chevrolet.
yeah. Right lane your winner, so that 40 Ford going rounds.
That's a neat little piece too, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Next pair up. Third gen Camaro versus a Monte Carlo. G-body shuffle going to happen. 13:03 for the Monte, 10:42 for the Camaro. Estimated time of arrival, the quarter-mile stripe.
Should be a tie.
It should be. Will it be? I have my doubts. Camaro moving really hard on him. Hasn't caught him yet. Blowing by him at 1,200 feet for the win. 49 on a 42 will do it. 04 light beats 100 any day of the week.
Steve Long, left-hand side.
I love this Mustang. Isn't that beauty?
Both
Look
of
at
them are-
that.
This
Nice
is a rarity. I'm
Mustangs.
telling you right now,
Gorgeous cars.
you don't ever see two Fords at the same time on the starting line.
Nice.
There's not that many of them.
They're both running too, which is. I'll have to use that one. Unfortunately, the beautiful 70 is red and out of here. The 67 moving on. So we have a lot of fun up here in the Tower Lebanon Valley.
Why is he moving on?
Triple zip.
Oh, on the tree.
That's
I
what
tell you,
does
that's hard
it.
to beat.
That's what gets the job done. Daytona, Mike McKay, Ellisburg, Pennsylvania, up against an unidentified individual
Well,
in
it's
a
the
white
White
Monte
Ghost.
Carlo.
The White Ghost
The
in
white-
lane one. I know that because I don't know anything.
Yeah, but you contradicted yourself there. I know that, but I don't know anything.
Because I don't know anything.
Oh, that's why. What do you think, Monte Carlo or Daytona?
I don't care.
Oh.
The right lane
Well,
picks up
it's
the
the
win.
Daytona.
Hey, Johnny Cash car in lane one.
Yeah, one fender at a time. 64 Chevelle.
He worked at that factory, and that's the color
Yeah.
they were producing the week
Yeah.
he left work.
64 Chevelle versus 5-liter Mustang.
I think he's pretty quick though at 9:18.
Yeah, that's got some Wheaties under the hood there.
Yeah, it does. In fact, it sits on the ground. Look at that tire tucked up under the
Yeah.
fender. You don't change that in a hurry.
No, not in a hurry. $918 versus $1069.
A smooth leave. I wonder if he can scare him.
He's going to move hard on him. See if he makes a mistake. No, he doesn't make a mistake, and he's good into the next round. 71 on a 69 will do it for a guy. 17 light beats a 92.
And this little guy was here at Test and Tune yesterday. I saw him go down the track about 400 times. Well, it wasn't quite 400. It might have been 2.
That's a lot of runs, yeah. Keeping the VP booth in business.
Hey, the neat thing is I'm trying to teach Wayne how to sell more fuel here. we shut down all the turnoffs on the track and make them go the whole way down.
Well, these folks making a lot of work out of the second try. Truck gets it. 01 light, 32 and a 27. And we're loaded with Mopars here.
Just a few. In fact, Wayne said that instead of calling it the bracket finals, we're going to call it the Mopar meet.
We got
This is as big, isn't it? It's about as big. We're lacking the spectators. That Mopar
Scamp
brings spectators.
in the NBT Bank Lane. Duster in the Firematic Supply lane. A shout out to some sponsors.
Who's got this race?
I don't know. I don't think the Duster can catch him. And just as I said that, he caught him.
Oh, but look why he caught him.
Yeah.
Holding too much on the left-hand
man,
side. Breaks
yeah.
out a 67
Way,
on a 73.
Way too much stripe. Thunderstruck, Tunnel Ram, powered entry. 10:15 the dial.
And look what we have over on the right side.
Nice little Nova.
Yes, it is.
I believe that's a lady driving the Nova. So we'll wish her the best of luck.
She says, I don't need luck. I just need my wind light to come on.
There you go. Looking for that. The big W. That's what we're after.
You know,
Thunderstruck.
Both of them very cautiously moving in to get staged properly.
And we have some mechanical malfunction. And the young lady needs to look over her shoulder. And she does it just a nick of time. Goes 990 on the 978 for the win as Thunderstruck got struck by something.
Well, we know it's sticky out there because he didn't turn the tire. And the weakest link decided it didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if he went through the tranny or something, but
yep. We'll bring the mechanic ferry in and repair it right there, and it will be all good by the morning.
so I'll give us a moment. We'll get Thunderstruck off the very sticky starting line here at Lebanon Valley. Welcome everyone to the bracket finals here all weekend. And looks like transmission's locked right up, or the rear end or something. Either way, it's locked up solid, so we're going to get a rolling jack underneath there. And so we'll take a few minutes and get Thunderstruck safely removed from the very sticky surface that is Lebanon Valley Dragway.
Well, he has a special concoction he mixed up. It's part super glue.
You're making this up as you go along, aren't
I'm
you?
not supposed to tell your secrets? No, you. Yeah, your secrets. I already know my secrets. And Toto was watching you out on the tractor. He said, Daddy, please. He said, Daddy, please come back up and see me. That's what he did. I did take a shower sometime this week. And that's the second thing that goes. I forget what the first is. Hey, Steve, do you feel deprived or depraved that you don't get to talk?
I feel I'm free.
coming.
So we're just about ready, getting Thunderstruck off the track. Proving once again the racing surface here at Lebanon Valley
it's
is
ideal.
ideal.
Yes.
Ideal. So day number 1 of the bracket finals. We're live on D1TV. Make sure you hook up. Tell all your friends to get online and follow us here.
In fact, you ought to call all your friends, aunts, uncles, mothers, fathers, and everybody else and tell them to come out and visit us out here. We're lonely.
Could use some
some company.
yeah,
I mean, we have enough room.
shoulder to lean on.
We have enough room in these bleachers that, a couple more people
we
could come
could
here
fit
and
a
join
few
us.
more. Yeah.
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 In fact, call somebody you don't even know. Just make up a telephone number and dial it.
I didn't think dusters were that heavy, but there we go. She's rolling.
All right, let's have a moment of silence for that Mopar that broke that part. It doesn't happen very often. It's usually a Chevrolet that happens to. What? Yeah. I mean, so they tell me. But but I know a Dodge truck that was coming up here today that was in limp mode. So, what can I say? I think everything that's built can break. I have employees that can break crowbars. I mean, you know.
All right, we are back in action here at Lebanon Valley. 69 Camaro Dragon Lady up now.
Yes.
Buybacks.
That would be correct. This is our pro buybacks. Oh, look at that thing.
Yeah, a bit of a dry hop there.
Yeah. Almost a wheel stand.
Yeah. Harkens back to the funny car shows back in the 70s, which were awesome.
You're that old? You remember,
yeah.
You remember them?
Yep.
Golly. I've only been driving a couple years. Nice lead for both cars,
yeah.
but one was a little early. As early as the other one was good. 1047. Huh? Well, one of the summers I got it. I don't remember whether it was this one or not.
So
Well,
the last Boy Scout.
IFR driver's license. Drive with your eyes closed.
68
in bad weather.
Chevelle, 1071 the dial, 1053 the dial for the 340 Duster in the Firematic supply lane. Chevelle with the clean tree.
Go.
They're off and running. Chevelle looking good. Still ahead at this point. 1,000 foot still ahead. Dips the fender down and doesn't win. Breaks out by a fourth thou to hand it back.
That's called a burn ticket. If you had a burn barrel at the bottom end.
Burn that one.
Yeah. He had 16 feet. So it says.
Yeah.
Now, I don't
Yeah.
know whether that thing lies to us or not, but hope it doesn't. That is a half a car length. A little more than a half a car length.
Brad Northrup out of Pennsylvania. Young lady in the Nova.
Brad trying to catch her.
Yep. Can he do it?
Yeah,
Yes,
he does.
he can.
Succeeds. A 46 on a 40, so he was good. He had two Huns on the starting line advantage. Little Chevy 2 over on the right-hand side. Big four-cylinder motor they used to have in them.
Yeah.
They weren't even available in a V8 back then, I don't think.
These ones you could get a 283, but the earlier versions, no. They originally with 4 or 6 cylinders. This is a 66 version.
Good lead for both drivers.
They're killing it.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, this made a drag race all 1,320 feet.
Look at that. Double breakout.
It's decided by the
Wow.
breakout of the least. 3.42 feet, it says, at the finish line.
Margin of victory, not a whole lot. Here we go. Here's the AMC Spirit we're talking about.
This is one of two of them in the world. Well, he owns both of them. He's got a red one and a blue one. Brought the blue one this time. Fit the trailer a little bit better. Steve McCauley, left-hand side. Right-hand side out of New England Dragway. My eyes aren't good enough to read the name there on the car.
No, me neither.
Mark.
Winterbottom.
Mark, that's what.
Nice Mustang. Charging hard on that AMC. Can he catch him? Yes, he can. Double breakout again. 3 thou breakout.
There's a Plymouth Barracuda.
I like that car.
This
That
is Ray Thurston the fourth.
Nice looking car. Flat hood flyer.
His dad's racing a red one exactly like that in Super.
I thought when I saw the red one, it looked pretty similar.
And the wife, she drives a street car, but she's here this weekend, but not with her car.
Cuda versus Camaro. Cuda in at 1049. Camaro in at 1049. They should be neck and neck all the way down.
They are looking at each other.
Oh, yeah. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the Camaro. 40 dead one. 12 beats a 32. Wow. Close racing. And we're only Thursday.
Yesterday I couldn't even spell drag strip, and now I are at one.
I'm magnetically attracted to them.
Yes.
I can't
I have
stay
a plate
away.
in my head too.
The plate in my head just goes bang, and I'm here. 67 Camaro versus what? 72 Duster? Duster in at 929, Camaro in at 922.
Close on the tree. Good enough to make a great drag race at the big end. Left side picks it up. It didn't have the better light, but made a race out of it. Broke out by the least amount. Broke out by 2 versus 4 or 5.
A lot of double breakouts. Camaro versus S10 Blazer. Blazer in at 1016, Camaro 1003. Boom, off they go. Again, tied to a string. Looking over at each other. Who's it going to be? Stripe coming up fast.
There's only 4,000s on the starting line.
Man.
And lane 1 picks up the win. Lane 2 tried, but broke out trying to get there first.
Another classic muscle car matchup here. Road Runner versus Nova.
You know, it's amazing how quick those big cars can run.
They're pretty fast for a
yes,
heavy
they
car.
are. And then Chrysler did their homework too on the rear suspension.
They did. Those leaf
that
springs.
leaf spring really worked. I tell you what, it twists up and just plants that tire.
Yeah.
And of course, the Fox Body Mustang is the same thing. Not through a leaf spring, but
same idea.
They did their homework on
homework
the suspension.
Yeah.
Everybody else was kind of adding stuff to make it work.
Yeah. So another good one on the boards here. Roadrunner looking strong now.
And
finishes
BP
off strong too.
BP gets it.
Dead 7 for the win. Oh, low slung Camaro coming at us now. Oh, this one ought to be good. 9 flat dial versus 1636 for the Sunflower.
In the right lane.
Why, do they have your wallet?
No, but I'd say that my money is on the racer in the right lane.
He's going to be a long ways out there before that Camaro can give chase. Waiting, still waiting. Holy man. He's moving. Still hasn't got him 1,000 feet. Not there. 1,100, 1,200. And you won the money. Dead one. Oh, wow. 46 on a 36. Man, oh, man. He knows how to race. Wow. Entertaining to watch. Mustang versus Nova. Mustang in at 985, Nova in at 1080. Buyback in action. Just about dead nuts on the tree. Yeah.
All right, right lane picks up the win on that one. Goes into round number 2. These buybacks, the winners get a chance to go play with the big boys.
Yeah. Got to beat somebody first to do it.
Yeah.
Jean-Guy Renault, Napierville, home track. Hey?
Hey, yes, and Mike Chronister, left-hand side.
Chronister out of East Berlin, Pennsylvania.
He would have been a York US 30 racer if York US 30 was still open.
Yeah.
East Berlin's right there. And there's no wall. Big end of the track. East Berlin gets another shot at it.
Yeah,
round
there's
number
no
2.
wall around East Berlin, is there?
No. Not anymore.
No walls anywhere.
Well,
nowadays.
we're
Well, you're
building
one.
some.
You're going to build
Yeah.
one down south, are you?
He's going to try to build it across the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, all right, another Team Canada in the red Mustang. J.C. Hutchison, we call him Newbie. And he hasn't raced this car all year. It's not his car. It's Craig Wilson's car. Oh, wow. 2 red lights in a row. So he is no longer in competition today.
Nope, it's beer time.
It's beer time.
Molson. Isn't that
It's
the big
beer
beer up
o'clock.
there? Beer o'clock.
Yes.
It's beer o'clock somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, we got lots of Molsons up there.
When we raced at Pont Rouge, let me tell you, the first thing they did when we rolled in the gate was they wheeled 10 cases of beer into each person's trailer. I said, what kind of racetrack is this? I said, this is weird. Then I was worried about getting across the line with 10 cases of beer in my But anyhow, everything worked out.
Vega.
Nice lead. Vega versus
Vega. I'm predicting a win by a Vega here.
Well, I already know which one, too.
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah, right lane.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Jared Kinson.
You know him?
No, I just read the name on
Oh.
the door.
Nice car.
And what's the other one? Troy something?
Yeah, he's one of those 2004 GTOs, which a lot of people are upset those Australian-built cars are being called a GTO. But I think everybody's over it now.
Well, you know,
LS powered.
they still work.
They work well. I just thought it was a nice
This
car.
one's a true race car.
Oh, yeah.
Got a kill switch in the back. It's all over but the crowd.
All over.
8th Owl Red still runs it out to get a good time run. Dead home with a 3. So
Yeah.
that worked out everything
Yeah.
but the tree.
Yeah, everything. Love the pearl white on this Yenko-inspired 69 Camaro. 1089 the dial. Omni 024 with a 990 dial.
Neat little pearl paint job, huh?
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Kenny, a bad hot rod racer out of Cecil County over on the right-hand side.
Oh,
one
boy.
red. The neat thing about True Start is the other driver doesn't know what happened in the other lane until he leaves. Then we get a shot at what really happened.
Yeah.
How do they
that,
say it?
That
The-
works well.
What was the guy that said, and the rest of the story was that
Rest
Paul
of-
Harvey. Oh, wow, look at this.
Look at
This
them.
is reminiscent,
Yeah.
period, correct.
I think he jacked up his bass boat, peeled the paint off it, and reapplied it. It looks good. I like it.
But I'm telling you, the heavy metallic was very strong back in the
It was.
60s.
It was, yeah.
I mean, if you had pearl paint and then a candy paint and
Yeah.
they put a lot of flake in it.
Yeah. Looks gorgeous. I'll see if my wife Stacy can get a good shot of it. I'm sure she will. Almost forgot about the Camaro in the other lane. Camaro's red. Look at the wheel stand out of that dart. Those marb wires, they work good. Mopar for the win.
We'll get to see that Mopar next round.
Speaking of Mopar, 68 Super B up against a, looks like a Shelby-inspired Mustang here.
Got the side scoops on, the
Yeah,
tail lights, the rear trunk deck with the wing on it.
Looks good. 1066 the dial, so he's got some Wheaties under the hood. 957 for the B. Oh, the B is no longer in competition. Best he can hope for is some good data.
Well, he gets
59 on a 57.
Oh, he got a time run.
You got a time run. You got a shot at it. Nova versus
Nova.
Olds Omega.
Does it? Oh, is that Olds Omega?
Yeah.
Are
they
you
had it-
sure?
Yep. Says so right there. See? 77 Olds. Omega, Apollo, Nova, and Ventura, all spelled Nova. They're all based on that platform.
Yeah. Anyhow.
You sound thrilled to know that. Ace Ventura. Yes.
Pet Cemetery. What was he?
He was funny. That's what he was.
Yeah. I see Steve lurking in the wings here.
Oh, red light on the Nova.
You know, Steve's going to get to do round number 2.
Is he?
Of the buybacks. Not the buybacks, but round number 2.
Of the main event.
Of the Gamblers. Yeah.
He should. It's his show.
He's been resting to get his voice so that
get
everybody in the world will be able to hear him.
Yep. Yeah.
He's also been ignoring us.
Probably not.
No, they said they fixed it. Yeah. NHRA. It stands for National Hot Rod something. Canada, it's Canadian. National Hot Rod Association. So it's NHRA. I'm being disinvited. It's sort of like, what do they call it on Facebook when they don't? Unfriended.
Oh, boy.
Yes. Yes, some
That's
other
important.
fisherman can catch him. Or a bear or whatever.
Yeah. You have bears around here?
Yes, they do.
Oh.
I did not see any bear tracks, though, because there's a lot of deer tracks, a lot of raccoon tracks, but I saw no bear tracks. Thank goodness.
Good. Yeah?
We have bears in Myersville.
Oh, wow.
I mean, we got them on our video cameras coming
All right,
up from
back to the
stream.
racing action here. We've got a
They get in
66
the neighbor's garbage.
Bel
really.
Air up against the yellow dragster. Bel Air in at 11:22.
All right, we got a
Dragster
drag race.
7:49. Dragster moving hard. That Bel Air is way out of there.
Wow, and the
Took a
dragster
whole
nipped
lot of
him
stripe.
at the big end, but
Yeah.
ran out by 14 thou.
Yep.
Wow, this is a neat
Too
truck
much
here
stripe.
too.
Yeah.
You know, NHRA had those pro stock trucks, and they found a home in drag racing for everybody that could afford one. And I'll tell you what, they
Yeah.
are nice.
Yeah. Good working vehicles. Fortuna moving hard, hasn't caught him yet, can't catch him,
Oh,
breaks
didn't
out
catch him.
trying.
Breaks out by 6,000.
How about them apples?
He couldn't have done it anyhow. He was 002
No.
on the tree on the other side.
No.
There was no way mathematically he was going to do it.
Not mathematically possible.
South Mountain Racer, right-hand side. Let's see, they're the number 3 supercar. I can't quite read the name. I see a name on there.
Yeah.
So let's just call him somebody. Ah, how about that light? Is that okay?
Whoa, I think that's all right. He might be in good shape. Yep.
That triple O, Trip Zip.
Trip Zip gets it done.
Yeah, he does.
Look at the candy paint on this dragster.
It looks good too.
Yep. Another Team Canada in the Camaro. This is all right, Alex left. Team Canada, nice light. Dragster moving hard on Alex.
I
Dragster
don't know.
not there yet. Team Canada, Alex Lepp takes the winner, 1089 on the 1002, 008 light beats
yeah.
an 08 any day of the week.
He was sweet on the tree.
All right, another Team Canada. Louis Raimondo in his daughter's car. His daughter recently gave birth, and
he decided to
taking-
drive her car.
Why not?
Yeah, if you break it, you can just put it in on the insurance.
Yeah, he'll just call up State Farm and say, hey, you know,
I-
something happened.
My she shed.
This is Emily Raimondo's car. Louis, her father, driving. Team Canada, 1047 the dial, the
Whole lot of wing
355
over
small
on the
block.
right-hand side.
Yeah, that'll come in handy the top end.
815, I'm not sure. 160 miles an hour
Yeah.
probably. 165. I don't think it will help that much.
Yeah, we've got another drag race. Man, oh man. Just when you think you're cutting a decent light, somebody just plows it over on you. Dragster takes it. Wow.
That's another him did good. Him or her. Little roadster.
Yeah, another Team Canada car, the Green Machine.
I knew a person that had nail polished that collar. That green.
Yeah.
And she actually painted her husband's roll cage the same color green as that.
Looks good.
Definitely knew his car. So what do you
ya.
think on this one?
Oh, I hope the Dragster, but the Roadster looks good. Yep. Roadster gets it. 12 light beats a 38.
You know, they're really pressing hard because they want to take some of his money home with them. I mean, it's unusual to have him hand out money, so that's an incentive for every one of these racers to take some of Wayne's money away from him.
And I bet you they can do it.
One of them will.
Yep.
This is Amy
gonna
over on the
try.
right-hand side. Left-hand side, Team Atco.
Team Atco got a lot of ground to cover. They're going to catch that Camaro. And they do. They do. Atco Dragster in the winners lane,
Yeah.
continuing.
I hate to correct you, but that was a Mason Dixon Dragway Dragster
Was it?
that took the Team Atco car out.
Oh,
Thank
I
you
got
very
that
much.
wrong. I didn't think they won these things. I automatically see what you do when you assume.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the word.
It is. It is. My point exactly.
Team Lebanon Valley. Team Cecil County. Number 2 man from Cecil.
This ought to be a good one.
Oh, yeah, they probably haven't met each other before. I think the racer knows he's got it already.
I think he knows who's going to get it. Yep.
It did, too.
Yep.
Yes,
did.
she did. What is her name?
She did.
Dana Beauchamp picked up the win.
Wow.
Spanked her competition. Said, take that. This is a neat car over on the right-hand side, a
Yeah.
Comet GT.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It's also an 8-second car, which is very unusual for a Comet GT.
Yeah.
Possibility exists.
Sure does. Dragster moving hard on that Comet. Dragster putting the wheel on him now and takes the win. 81 on a
Comet
79.
Runs too quick.
Yeah.
Out by 3. Hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Atco Dragway team number, what is that, number 1 or 14? 14. Yeah, and they're number 2 man on the left side for New England Dragway. That's,
Steve Gregoire.
yeah. A? Gregory. Gregoire. That's sort of like a vase in a vase. Tomato. Wow, look at those
we've
lights.
We've got another Duke 'em out happening here.
Yeah, this is either driver doesn't know. Left lane,
No.
024 on the tree to
Wow.
029 on the tree.
Less than a foot.
Yeah. 0.9.
Wow. All right, another Team Canada. This Patrick Boniferro, the guy that owns this car, is
It's tough when it snows up there with no top, right?
it's cold.
Yeah.
You got to wear a snowsuit.
Well, he's got the heater turned on.
Well, yeah, there's got a lot of heat under the hood.
I bet.
Anyway, the guy that owns this car fell off a ladder and broke his back, so Patrick jumped in the car and he won a championship in the 1090 series, and he's been in the car ever since.
Yep.
Kevin and Lori Orr's Corvette, throttle stop engaged. Back to full power now. Dragster coming at him really hard. Running out of real estate, though. Breaks out by a ton. Patrick, throw some numbers in that box. 79 on a 90. The air's really good here.
This must be our buy run. Oh, no, we got another car? Yes, we do. Sean Barrett, left-hand side. This little pickup truck's been smoking on the hit on the lead. Not sure exactly what it is. I think maybe he has oil injection in the exhaust just to make him think like he's wounded.
One of the many tricks
Gartless
used
used to do that.
Gartless used to do all kinds of amazing things.
He would put a little bit of oil in the header pipes and it would be smoking, and his competition say, "Oh, that thing ain't gonna run." Yeah, right.
Gonna be another good one.
It's very, very,
Dragster.
very close, and the dragster nips
Wow,
him at the
nips
big end
him.
on a breakout run.
Dead 9.
Look how much he was holding. Wow.
Wow,
Like,
it's holding a whole bunch.
like if there was a super pro, he would have been in there for all those numbers. All right, there's something reported. We're going to pick up, I think it's a buffalo penny.
They'll be looking extra hard now for that one.
Oh, it's a number 2 Phillips screwdriver. By golly, hate when that happens. Leave it under the hood of the car.
MicroStrategies and its drag racing team, Bon Giovanni Racing, knows what it takes to succeed, both on the track and in business.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets, utilizing technology to drive business the same way we utilize technology to win races. We take a high volume and variety of data from multiple sources to help us succeed in our racing program. Whether we're finishing first in a big race or helping our clients grow their business, it's all about the teamwork and the analytics of winning.
With a dedication and passion to cross the finish line first, the MicroStrategy staff on the Bon Giovanni Racing team are constantly pushing forward, analyzing data to increase performance, and striving to be the best.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is designed for use in both your fuel tank and engine oils. Once added to the fuel, it cleans the entire system from your tank all the way to the injectors, allowing for your fuel to burn more efficiently. The same special Lucas additives go to work in your engine oil, thoroughly cleaning all internal components. Adding it to your engine will also lengthen your oil life. As it cleans, your fuel economy improves and your oil lasts longer too. Lucas Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
8:59. That's a pretty quick Nova
I'll say.
in the Firematic supply lane.
I think it has speed paint on it to make it go quicker.
Sure looks that way.
Yes.
Yep.
It's a special paint.
Oh, Van Balen's red. Not
What is-
by much, but
The speed
still,
paint worked this time, didn't it?
it worked. Yep.
Dead on with a 1.
Dead one. 2 silver GM products now.
I think the same person painted both of them. Are we ready to put the real people in?
Round 2.
All right, listen up. Sportsman and high school cars, round number 2 of the Gamblers race. Need you into lanes 1 and 2, please. That is round number 2. And Russ Wilbur will have the buy run if there is an odd number of cars.
Vega, red and gone. Chevy 2 going to hang around for another round of eliminations.
10:09 on the 10:11, so he was holding a little bit, or the track really quickened up. One of the two, Unleashed, in lane 1.
Nice looking dragster.
Lane number 2, top flew off on the way here.
66 Impala.
The Pink Panther.
Yeah. 949 the dial, so that big thing is moving pretty fast.
Yes. Sportsmen and high school gamblers, round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2.
Oh, Unleashed could have kept it on the leash just a smidge longer. The Impala convertible moving on to the next round. And I like this Camaro. It's got the old school Sox and Martin style hood scoop on it. Back in the day, 953 the dial.
Some welds on that bad boy.
Yeah, looking good. Number 8 for Lebanon Valley.
Well, that's a good-looking dragster.
Isn't
there,
that
too.
a nice car? Yeah.
Yes.
Glenn Crane, thank you. All right, Camaro. You'll be out there a good ways before the Lebanon Valley Dragster can have at it.
Two and a half seconds out, almost. You realize in 2.5 seconds, that's a tree, a whole tree, and one bulb.
Yeah, that's a long wait. Nice wheel stand out of the Camaro. Dragster moving hard, got a lot of ground to cover. Can he do it? No, he cannot do it.
Double breakout again.
Man.
Trying to get out in front and could not mathematically handle it. 01 to a 08 bulb.
Things are heating up. More dragsters. Got a lot of dragsters here in Super. 761 the dial for this Pennsylvania dragster.
747 on his competition for Esta. So you got to add them together and divide it by 2 to get an average, right?
Yeah, you want to do that in your head?
7.5.
7.5?
Yeah. Happy birthday to everybody as we come into the stage beam. An advantage, but not by much. And the quicker.
Parlays it into a win.
He does. Lane 1 breaks out trying to catch him, but just can't take the stripe. Iron Worm.
Nice looking Roadrunner.
That's a number you can read on his regular number.
Yeah. Yeah, nicely done.
Got an N in there, so. But he would be the slower car, so it wouldn't matter anyhow. Nice drag race.
Oh, yeah. Dragster moving really hard. Can't do it.
Nope, big road runner, 0-1 on the tree.
Yeah, double breakout.
Had enough to stay where he needed to be to pick up that win light.
Two more beautiful dragsters here now. 7:30 the dial on the red multicolored machine in the Firematic supply lane up against black and silver machine with a 758 dial. Here in Lebanon Valley. And the multicolored machine is red and gone. 0-1 light for the black and silver machine. Moving on to the main event. There's the CUDA we were talking about.
Yep.
Father and son team.
This is Ray Thurman. That's his wife right down there. We're looking on. She drives a street car in competition. So it's truly a racing family. Her son, she, and her husband in the car. Ray also has a top sportsman car that he plays with.
Mopar?
It would be, as a matter of
Yep.
fact. And Max Naylor helped him out a little bit on that. They would come down and play at the track.
Oh,
Ray
Dragster's
picks
red.
up the win. Dragster a little bit early on that
Yep.
tree by 0.3. Ray runs a 70 on a 74, so he knows what he's got to do there. Car quickened up quite a bit.
Another good-looking machine out of Lebanon Valley. Can't make out the name. Mark Beaton, thank you.
The Poiple Thunderbird. Do not fear, Thunderbird is here. No, that was Underdog, wasn't it?
That's a
That is
good-looking Thunderbird, though.
It is a nice car.
Yeah.
Really.
Love it.
821. Fast door car.
Yep.
And they both got purple on them, if you notice.
That's a good thing.
Or Poiple.
Do you say Poiple down there?
It was a good thing
Dragster.
for the Thunderbird.
Yeah, the purple
Wow.
worked on the Thunderbird,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Didn't work, so didn't have enough purple. on
Not
the
enough
dragster.
purple.
That was it.
There you go. We figured it out.
All right, XX car.
Yeah.
And I think it looks like Wilkerson, but I'm not sure that that's. I don't know for sure. Sure looks like his car, though.
Dragster moving hard. 106, 60 foot. Just launched out of a cannon trying to find that Chevy 2, and he can't do it. He breaks out by 6 thou. And he took too much stripe. We roll into bike and sled now.
Wow. That was a big buyback round for the supercars. That was pretty huge.
Yeah, a lot of really good racing.
Well, you know, they can't take defeat, so they have to come back a second time.
Well, some of them are going to win.
Half of them again.
Half of them, yep.
So half and half. That's 75% of the field that originally began is now in round number 2.
Yep.
Possibly. All right, Boyd Mathias, right-hand side on his hot rod. The bike works. It's quick in the 60 foot. He's up against.
Final call for sportsmen, gamblers, round 2, to the lanes, final call.
Final call for the sportsman cars, round number 2 of the gamblers race. Final call to lanes 1 and 2. Final call.
Bike racers killing it on the tree, too. breaking up by a smidge. Left-hand lane, your winner.
Once again, Sportsman cars, if you won round number 1 of either buybacks or the original round, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2 because they're getting ready for round number 2. That's Sportsman cars. Winners need to be back in the lanes 1 and 2.
Team Canada trying to catch the 72 Cowie and already by him and blowing by him big time. And he's safe with an 890 on an 876.
Cowie had a little bit of problem about 60 feet. These are long frames on these swing arms. Wow.
Kevin Twardowski in Douglasville, Pennsylvania in the silver one. And he's looking pretty good right now. Keeping a slight wheel on him. Takes the win, 911 on an 899.
Another long swing arm on that 915 bike, left-hand side Island Dragway rider. It's up against Team Cecil County. A little early in lane 1. Turns the wind light on for Team Cecil County, right-hand side. And 870 gets the job done.
But a premature acceleration there.
Yeah, hate when that happens.
All right, 2 minor bikes ready to go here. Good on the lights again. Barry Stevens. Is he going to get it? Yes, he is.
Double breakout
again.
And this is your buy bike, right? Doesn't that remind you of the Alien, the movie? Just looking at the back end of that motorcycle.
I was trying to forget that movie. I'd say he's into the next round. So
That's
we'll see him
faster
again.
than a speeding bullet.
We'll see him again.
How about an 84 on a 93? You think he had some tucked in his back pocket?
Yeah, he's carrying.
Once again, it's nice and quiet now. What's coming out next is going to be your Sportsman in High School round number 2. And if you were a winner and you're not in the lanes, you're late. All right, car number 40, ID Island Dragways, car number 40 will have the buy-in pro round number 2 of the Gamblers race. If there is a buy, he can come into lane, 8? And I need pro into lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2 of the Gamblers race. If you were a winner, you're invited to round 5 and 6. That's pro into 5 and 6 for round number 2 of the Gamblers race. car 40 ID, Island Dragways 40, will have the bye if there's an odd number of cars.
Corvette and Mustang matchup here. This is round 1 of Street ET Sportsman. It says right here on the screen. And the first win goes to the Corvette. Steve English and Jesse Farquhar. Jesse is from Munson, Massachusetts, headed toward Springfield and a little bit beyond in Massachusetts. Steve English from Vernon Center, New York, coming up on that ever important finish line. This time around, the win goes to Steve English. Phyllis Pena and Rich Wendler. Rich on the far side. Going to be tight here. Get a long look at each other as they go down the quarter mile, 11:55 and 11:50, respective estimated times, and one of the two has a 000 time slip coming to them, and that's a nice thing to have when it comes along with the win. Bobby Pepperata, Palmer, Pennsylvania. Beautiful Mustang. I walked through the staging lanes here a short while ago. It is beautiful. Museum quality. Unfortunately, reaction time was not that special. But that sometimes doesn't mean you can't win. But in this case, you can't win. Back on the starting line, Ted Mayle. Not sure of the pronunciation on that, so anybody who wants to come on up, square it around. David Harvey III, Got ourselves a drag race here. 2,000th separates the reaction time. It'll be anybody. They're side by side going toward that finish line. Ted Maley runs a 53 on that 51, 88 on the 84, not close enough to take the win. Spencer Nightingale and James Moore. Spencer in the truck and James in the Mustang. So we have the better part of 2 seconds here. That's a bunch of wait time on the tree. We'll see one tree come down, and then the next will follow after that. 3 bulbs, 5/10 each. That'd be how it works. Green light it is. Green light it is. One took a much smaller slice of the green pie. And that pays a dividend at the other end of the track. 1240, all it was needed when coupled with a 0112 for the win. Don Ward, 1973, the Chevrolet's year. 1265 for Don, got a little bit of a wait time. 1327 is a start point for the competitor on the far side. Oh yeah. Big advantage off the starting line by the competitor on the far side of the racetrack. I don't think Don Ward would be able to make it happen. Needs a miracle not to be had in this round. We're back on the starting line. The so-called once upon a time station wagon. For our purposes, it's a race car. Dials it in at 1475. So we've got a whole deal here. We've got 3 seconds. So again, it'll be a leave and wait. There goes the leave on the green. Not too bad. Well, it's going to be a good drag race. Just 1/100th separate the two. So that's about maybe a 1/3 of a fender, and a small fender at that. Let's see if it makes a difference in the end. Better of the 2 reactions, and an 84 on the 80, good for the win. 87, too far off of that 75 dial in. Joe McLaughlin and Butch Wenich. Butch on the far side of the racetrack. Says it's a 74 Dodge Dart. I still have to be convinced on that, but maybe it is so. On the near side is the Chevrolet Malibu. Clean. Good drag race. Here we go. 35 and a 28. You do the arithmetic with me. I think that is a 13 thousandths difference. But the one that really matters is what happens at the finish line. Joe McLaughlin will be back for round 2. Chuck Sanders and Steve Streelman Jr. Steve first out of the gate with his 89 Pontiac Firebird. And here comes Chuck. Reaction times 4 thousandths different. The better of the 2 takes the win, coupled with a 32 on a 30. A little pause there. You want to check it, and you see the smoke. You want to make sure smoke isn't followed by fluid. Jonathan Gagnon, to go this time around, takes the win. Ooh, that feels so good. 25 on a 23. We do have a gathering of four-door so-called station wagons. Paul Werner, this time around, far side of the racetrack. Paul's going to have his challenge before him, and there it is now. It's going by. 008 takes the win. Back to the starting line, it's Mike Barbone. Mike from Cedar Knolls, New Jersey, in the El Camino. El Caminos have, in recent years, valued up, and away. Tough break for Mike. Started red, green on the other side. Brings Kyle Cockley back for the next round. We're back to the starting line. Austin Lobin. That name sounds familiar to me. Scott Smith from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania on the near side. Austin first to get the move. Young man who has literally grown up here in Lebanon Valley, I guess you would say. Win goes to Austin, 1169 on the 64. Had a nice 0-1-0. 10 thousandths ain't bad. Mitch Speart in his Mustang, going to take a lone run or just a lot of patience here for Wayne Seavey. Okay. $11.61. It's Wayne Seavey's going to have to wait for that. Round figures it's 2 light bulbs. There goes the 2-1-2. Off we go. Pit. The competitor on the far side had that covered. Runs a 14.04 on the 0-1 with a 008. That's the kind of arithmetic you like to add up. The close as it can be to perfection in your reaction time, and if you run right on your dial-in, it usually works out pretty well, but that is not terribly easy to do, making all those things match up. Dan Casey. Dan over on the far side. Dials it in, 11:51. Going to have a bulb and a half to wait. Good drag race coming up here. First to leave. Watching Dan come alongside and go right on by. 62 on the 51. Had a couple of hundredths in the bank. And the reaction time difference. Maverick. We don't see a lot of those. Occasional. Ford manufacturer. Joe Clark on the far side of the racetrack. See that red light come on, and that's ouch, or language that is much stronger, probably the latter. Back to the starting line, it's Brad Northup. Brad's from Percasey, Pennsylvania. That's in the near lane. Off we go. Good drag race coming up here. One's a 40 and one's a 59. So they got a little room to work, but it ain't much. Got to have the numbers on the elapsed time. A 40 on the 37. Good for the win. Dean Harmon, Eric Reef. Dean in the Mustang nearest to us matches it up with a Chevelle on the far side of the racetrack. Ouch, ouch, ouch for Eric. There's a couple of zeros and a number, but it's in the red. It's Dean Harmon who gets to move on to the next round. Russ Wilbur, locomotive breath. That's what that says on the side of the wagon. It took me a long time to decipher it, get up close to it, have a magnifying glass to see just what was being said there, but that's it. Steve Baker had a little bit of a wait. Both did a nice job in the waiting. Both did a nice job. One of these deals, neither should lose. One will. We got a 009 and a 36. It's the 36 that takes the win. 29 on the 22 is too far off of the dial-in to take the win. Beautiful afternoon. We got that blue sky up above, so look at all that Mr. Sunshine has to offer this day into the evening as we work to complete the number of rounds that lie before us. Rob Carlson, Rob in a 70 Dodge. AJ Meir going to get the first chance to leave with that 10. Level second dial. Rob's done, and AJ Meyer will be back. Once again, we're in round one in Pro Eliminator. Paint scheme on David Gibbons' Dodge Dart is really interesting. So those of you who can see it from the bleachers, I mean, you can see like streaks of brightness, but it's like huge metal flakes in the paint. Very, very distinctive. Mike LaRose Sr. is the person we've been talking about here on the near side of the racetrack, and it's Brian Volman on the far side. That's a Ford, but I'm thinking that must be like an English Ford. That is a neat little car. Good drag race here. Just 2,000 separate them. Somebody's got to lose. A 20 on a 16 is the one that wins. Broke out, did Brian Bellman. 27 on the 28 with a 9. Those 1,000 breakouts are painful. Mike Cronister, Howard Roberts. Great drag race here. 12,000 separate the two. They're door to door right now. Here comes the finish line. Who's going to lift? I expect nobody. As such, we had one breakout unfortunately, it belonged to Howard Roberts. It'll be Mike Chronister carrying forward. Blake Sutton, Robert Smith. Robert on the far side and yellow Chevrolet. Blake Sutton in the near lane. It's a Chevy Sunfire, neat little car in terms of its lines and whatnot. This time around, it's Robert Smith who had the combination, 29 on a 27, and just a little better reaction time. Yoo-hoo! You who are standing in the return road, this is not a good idea. You're way too far down the racetrack. That's where the cars get going fast. So we're asking you, yes you, to move off of the return road there, please. Yoo-hoo! Thank you. Slow down. Don't stress yourself. Vega Wagon. What a nasty hot rod that is. Whoa. So it's 948. Flames from nose to tail. Like it. Like it. That's John Brock Mosier. Matt Rishaza in the far side of the racetrack. Oh, that hurt. 11 thousandths. Too early. Ma'am, we need to have you come back behind the barriers. Yoo-hoo! You need to come back behind the barriers, please, just like everybody else. Take your time, there's no hurry. Thank you ever so much. Ron Childs and Kevin Core. Kevin 1022, Ron Child 1066. $10.66, $10.22, 4/10 the difference. Ouch. 5 thousandths. Ron Child's race is done, and Kevin Core's is won. Back on the starting line, Ron Childs. Update. John Crutchfield and Christina Alden. Christina in the 340 Duster on the far side of the racetrack. Thinking 1054 would be a good number. John thinks 920 is about right for me. Green. One a lot greener than the other. That's not a good thing. You want just a little green left on that tree. Taking the least in this particular pairing was John Crutchfield, who will advance. Back to the starting line. Got the pickup truck. Neat looking piece. Advertising some Mickey Thompson tires, as are a number of people. And David Harvey Jr., 1077 in the 1968 Plymouth Valiant. Oh, great drag race. 1/1000th of a second difference. That's no difference at all. Who's got the number on the dial-ins? Let's see. This time around, it's Dalton Rolls who has the number, runs a 33 on the 28. That's good enough. 86 on the 77, not close enough. Jeff Doster, Jeff's from Hampstead, Maryland. Got it dialed in at 1032 in the Road Runner. Paul Stravinsky. It's kind of a very significant. 36 and a 36. Forget the reaction time. Who's got the best dial in of elapsed time? Mystery didn't last long. 1032 on a 33. Double breakout. Win goes to Jeff Doster. Tayton Summerfield in the truck, and Rudy Bleakley, familiar car and competitor here in Lebanon Valley Dragway. Fishkill, New York. Rudy's not going to be happy with his slip at the end of the quarter mile. The time slip, it's going to give you your reaction time, and that's not going to be a real good one. Not this time for Rudy. Justin Brousseau, one of our Lebanon Valley folk. Doug Lindahl. Doug is going to do a little chasing, but not much waiting. Just 2/10 approximately. 2/10 of a second. Justin has the better of the two reaction times by a little bit. Cashes it in, however. Got that dial in pretty tight. Doug on the other side broke out. Robert Budzinski, Brian Davidson. Brian Davidson on the far side of the racetrack. 1988 Chevy Camaro. Ouch. Brian had it covered. Brian on the far side of the racetrack is going to win this race. Had 3 zeros on that time slip after the decimal point. Win, win, win. Good looking, hard running, hard launching hot rod down below us. That's Mike LaRose in 1969. Beep, beep. Anthony DePietro in the Mustang. Hard launch on the green. Anthony DePietro having a good deal in the bank. Let's see if it can pay off. Not always, every time, just because the reaction time is better, but in this time, that is the equation. Anybody like so-called pick-up trucks? They're not picking up a whole lot. They're doing a whole lot of racing. Gary Rolfe Jr. on the far side. We got a whole lot of smoke coming off the car on the far side. That pickup truck has got some heavy blue smoke. So we're going to pause here and look it over.
It's time for a new mattress. And who are your mattress go-to guys? PC Richard & Son, that's who. Our mattress experts will help you find the mattress of your dreams. All the best brands at the guaranteed lowest prices. When you want it, need it, just gotta have it, we'll get it there the next day. So sleep better with the right mattress from the right mattress company. Oh yeah, it's time for a new mattress. Get to PC Richard & Son, the company you can trust since 1909.
Next to your vehicle's engine, your transmission is the most important component of your car. If it's not properly maintained, your car may not shift properly. By adding Lucas Transmission Fix to your transmission, it cleans and lubricates sticking valves for proper shifting, renews worn bands to stop slipping, stops seal leaks, will not void new car warranties, contains no harmful solvents. Lucas Transmission Fix. It works.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is designed for use in both your fuel tank and engine oils. Once added to the fuel, it cleans the entire system from your tank all the way to the injectors, allowing for your fuel to burn more efficiently. The same special Lucas additives go to work in your engine oil, thoroughly cleaning all internal components. Adding it to your engine will also lengthen your oil life. As it cleans, your fuel economy improves and your oil lasts longer too. Lucas Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
Momentarily. There was a little something, but it was easily mopped up, so we're good to go. Paul Northrup and Kyle Murray. Kyle going to do a little bit of waiting, and Paul's going to do a little bit of leading. Both 10-second cars. 10:43 is Paul Northrup's number. Kyle's 10:08. Yep, going to back up and give the Hoosiers a little more bite. I'd like to introduce to everybody a new voice. Welcome to the very busy second floor of the tower here. It's Ray. He's unique in that, if I understood what he was just saying, he's a racer and an announcer. And
Yeah,
those are the
both.
best kind.
Yeah. Not always the best kind for me. I'd rather be racing than talking. But thank you very much, Steve. So we got pro cars. We got round number 2. We got Paul Northrup and Kyle Murray. Mopar on Chevrolet, top end. Winner Pickers says Paul Northrup, 42 underneath the 43 dial by 6th out, a double breakout. He gets the win. Kyle Murray was a little bit better on the tree, but goes 05 on the 08 down on the far end of the racetrack. DJ Pyers and Laura Bernard roll up next. So DJ, left side to Camaro. Go ahead, DJ, he'll run anything, huh? Team New England, 1090 the dial. Get tracked down by that Nova over there to the far side. A couple of Chevrolets. Here comes the Nova, top end. Can she get around DJ? Answers no, as DJ, 1089, breaks out the least by 1/100th of a second. Laura had the reaction time at 017, but took too much stripe down there. Hands the win back over in DJ's lane as Mike Haynes, Greg Sauter fan, mixing it up now. Haynes out in front, here comes Sauter fan. Top end, it's Team Island all the way. 946 on a 44. Haynes, he missed it back here, and it cost him down there as he goes 10.50. All for naught as he missed the ball back here. As Tanner Gutierrez and Matt Consiglio. Matt Team S to the Nova, bumping her in 11:10. Tanner going to follow it up with a 10:07. Here comes Tanner up alongside, top end. Double breakout. This one goes Tanner's way. 10:04 to 10:07. Had a nice 0:11 line. Consiglio followed him through and cost him down there. It's Chris Goyer and Pat Barone. Top end. Chris is coming back 990. 129 to speed. Oh, baby. Let's just say Pat missed the tree back here as his reaction time started with a 1. Billy Kirpins now. 67 CUDA left side, 1034 the dial. Michael Vanden Heuvel. 1093 the dial, Team Cecil County. Nice wheels up charge for the CUDA. Nice reaction time as well. He'll be the winner as Michael fouls it away by 8 thou. Kirpins goes 1034, right on the money with a 5 after being 006, so Billy knows where he's at with that nice 11 thousandths package. Andy Purcell and Aaron Tim roll up now. Andy over here, what is that car? Willys? 41 Willys. 940 the dial, chasing down Aaron Tim's. 1019 on that first gen Camaro. Well, neither driver's going to get in the Hall of Fame for reaction time, but one of them had to leave first. Top end, wind light's going to come on for Aaron Tim, 1022 on a 19 dial. Pat's reaction time, or excuse me, Andy's reaction time started with a 1 and goes 943 on a 40 dial at 141 miles an hour. Chris Lofgren and Dave Tenney. Dave Tenney's been doing this a while. 991 over there. Is that an Omni? Dodge Omni. I'm willing to bet it's small block Chrysler powered. Gonna be leaving first. That beautiful Nova. Gonna be on chase just like that. The Omni's out in front. Here comes the Nova, top end. Yep, got him. 941 on a 940. And a nice 20 light. Steve Knight and Grant Nichols Jr. Grant Nichols far side, wheels up on the Malibu. Doing the chasing is Steve Knight's out front. Grant's closing in, top end. Can he get around? Answer is no. 1055 on a 54. He was 006 for Steve Knight. Sam Oker, Gord Kenny doing their thing now. Oh, maybe. Let's just say Gord missed the tree. Top end, Scott realizes that and pulls his foot out of the gas to go 1060. Boy, he had a 003 reaction time. Man, if that would have fell the other way, he would have really been kicking himself. Gord was experiencing must be some problems as he goes far over the dial in prediction as well. Brian Lund, Mark Price. Mark Price bringing up the Mustang, far side. 903 the dial. Steve Lung's Camaro. Billy first and at 955. Couple of green light starts. Here comes Price up alongside. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 905 on a 903. And an 017 reaction time back here. Parlayed that into the win as Brian goes dead on with an 8, and it was all for naught. Wow, look at the engine in this thing. BMW out in front. Both drivers are dead even back here at top end. The BMW's coming back. 964 right on the money with a 734 miles an hour. Both drivers were 017. That's just a tough one to lose. Makes room for Mike Reynolds. Vega left side. Taking on Rob Zetterberg. Team Island Dragways. Monte Carlo, right side. Vega out in front. Now here comes the Monte Carlo top end. Got him. Another one dead on the dial. 943 on a 43 with a 4 thousandths to spare. Actually kind of got away with it there as he goes 48 on the tree to the 18 in the left-hand side. Couple of Mustangs now. Terry Lee far side. 968 the dial. Taking on Rick Verterio. Fulton, New York entry. A couple of Eston guys. They could have done this over at Eston. Terry Lee fouls away his shot by one little stinking thousandths of a second. And of course, he goes dead on with an 8 to boot. Rick is 49 in the tree, 1066 for the win at 126. Makes room for Trish Witt left side. 921 the dial on that beautiful white Camaro. Just looking over at Rich Pancario. Dodge Dart for Adco Dragway, 1176 the dial. That Mopar's way out in front. Here comes the Camaro. They are dead even back here. Top end of Camaro. Look at that. Slides by to go right on the money. 921 on the 21. 3 thou. Add that to 7 thou reaction time, and that's 10 total for Trish. Just tearing each other's eyeballs out here. You sure this ain't Super Pro? That's why I told my dad when I got in the car, I'm just going to enter Super Pro tomorrow if they'll let me. This bottom ball stuff is crazy. Chris Cassidy and Paul Tim Jr. Paul Tim's been doing this a while. That's former Grumpy's Toy Vega doing the chasing over there far side top end. He's going to get the win on this one. They're both double breakouts. 921 for Tim. That's only under by 2. Chris Cassidy's under by 3. 2's better than 3. At least where I went to school, that is. Mike Frank. Left side, Frantic. Mike Frantic, that beautiful Dodge Dart. Bumping in on a 1010 dial, looking over at John Hedensburg. I won't have to worry about mispronouncing his name as he's 11th out on the wrong side of the tree. Mike in the Dart, 039 and 1008. On a free ride after John turned down that red light by 11 thousandths of a second. Greg Myers and Bill Wilson. Couple Jersey guys getting after it here. Red light start left side by 8 thou. The red light's on the left side. That means the wind light's twinkling over there far side. Bill Wilson gets a free look at 981 and goes 983 at 134 after being 18 green back here at the starting line. Emily Walker and Mark Winterbaum. Emily left side, Mark Winterbaum right side, closing in top end. It's going to belong to Emily. 10:05 and a 10:03. Had a great 007 light. Mark didn't have nothing for that. 979 at 135. He was just out there burning fuel. Emily throws up a good package and gets the win. Josh Hicks, Ray Williams Sr. How about Ray Williams Sr. over there going rounds, a 97 Sunfire. Now I wonder if he towed that thing here or if he drove it. 1634 the dial, and no, that's not a Cavalier. Josh Hicks is going to be doing the chasing. 1104 dial. 1104, he's got himself a missile. This one's over back here. That takes all the fun out of it. Ray Williams misses the tree by 600ths. He gives Josh a free look at 11:04, and look at that, he goes 11:04 with a 0 after being 0:13. Lee Raskovich and Joe Sylvia. 10:75 for Silva. 10:46 for Lee. Pretty much looking at each other almost the whole way down. Top end. Wind light for Joe. 10:79 and a 75 was 0:36. Lee was a little bit off pace down there as he goes 10:52. Brad Northrup and David Harvey III roll up. Now this ought to be a good one. Northrup left side the Camaro. 9:45 the dial. Taking on Dave Harvey the third. 10:88 Pontiac Le Mans far side. Mark Goyer, you should be in lane number 9. Once again, Team Canada Super Pro. Mark Goyer, you should be in lane 9. Well, the red car gets the red light, and Dave Harvey gets a free trip into the third round. 003 1087.5 at 1:22. Once again, Team Canada's number 22. You have the bye in Super Pro. You should be in lane number 9. It's Dave Couch and Terry Benton. Red light start for the Mustang. Oh, that ain't even a Mustang, it's a GTO. Look like a Mustang from here. We're not going to be seeing it again. 8 thou red, dead on with a 9. Oh, he's going to be hating life. Dale's reaction time started with a 1, but he gets the win because it's green. Joe Facerino, 10:08 the dial. Boy, that thing is nice. I would say that's about a 71. Monte Carlo left side. Taking on Sean Nichols, 10:65 in the 79 Mustang far side. And away they go. Mustangs out in front. Here comes the Monte Carlo closing in. Got him. Joe was 0:19 and 10:11. On the 10:08 dial is the Mustangs down there fogging for mosquitoes at the quarter mile. Bye run's going to go to Denny McCloskey, driving Dad's car. .1038 dial, getting a free look at the quarter mile here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, and goes 10:37.4 at 1:28. So that rounds out Pro. Round number 2. We got Super Pro round 2. Team Canada's bye run, you should be in lane 9, number 22 for Team Canada. We're going to start Super Pro off with a couple of Mopars. Ray Thurston, left side. 1968 Barracuda. 340 for power. Be looking over at Mike Fitz. Big block Mopar, a couple of A-bodies staging up here. Mike Fitz been doing this a long time. 10:07 the dial. Team Lebanon Valley. Thurston dials in 10:70 for Team Mason-Dixon. Oh boy. Tearing each other's eyeballs out. Top end. Wind lights coming on for the CUDA. 1073 on the 70. He was 003. Mike Fitz was 007. It goes 1010 on a 1007, leaving Thurston room down at the far end. There's Jamie Dimon and Joan LeBlanc. Roll up now. Check out the Vega right side. LeBlanc out of New England Dragway. 934. Taking on Jamie Dimon, Lebanon Valley Dragster. 743 for the long car. Here comes the dragster, top end, not gonna get there. Oh, baby. Joan, 934, 935 onto 34. Had an 020 light. The dragster was better back here, but was farther off the dial down there. Greg Dinbrenner and Chris Larson. Chris Larson, far side, a multicolored, looks like a former, whoa, oh! Chris experiencing some problems here.